Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've always been into DIY and recycling stuff other people throw away. It's not just about saving money, though that's definitely part of it, but there's something satisfying about giving new life to things people don't want anymore. I guess that's why I didn't think twice about taking that weird little mirror from my parents' garage last summer. This happened just a few months after I moved into my first real place in Portland. I was 26, finally out of crappy apartments with roommates, and had a small house all to myself. It wasn't much, but it was mine. Well, mine and the bank's for the next 30 years. I was scraping by financially, but determined to make it homey on a budget. Every Sunday, I'd go to my parents for dinner. They live about 20 minutes away in a suburb, and my dad always grills on Sundays in the summer. This particular Sunday in July of 2021, I was early and wandered into the garage looking for my dad. He wasn't there, but I noticed a small white antique mirror tucked away on a shelf with a bunch of other junk. It was pretty, about the size of my hand, made of white metal with this ornate Victorian-looking frame. When I picked it up, I was surprised by how heavy it was. It had these little broken bits at the back, like it had once been attached to something bigger, maybe an old vanity or something. The glass was slightly spotted with age, but otherwise in good condition. "Hey, Mom," I called out when I went inside. "What's the deal with that little white mirror in the garage?" She looked confused for a second. "What mirror? Oh, that old thing. I think it came from your grandmother's house when we cleaned it out. You can have it if you want." I took it home that night and set it on a shelf in my living room, propping it against the wall. It looked cute there among my plants and books. I even took a picture for Instagram. Vintage find number, upcycle number free stuff. The first time it fell, I didn't think much of it. I came home from work the next day and found it face down on the shelf. I figured I hadn't balanced it properly, so I positioned it more carefully against the wall. The second time, it was on the floor when I woke up the next morning. That was weirder because the shelf is about 4 feet high and the mirror had somehow landed about a foot away from the wall. Maybe it's just vibrations from the street, I told myself. I live near a main road and trucks do rumble by occasionally. By the 5th time it happened in 3 days, I was getting annoyed. This time, I decided to use some Scotch tape to secure it to the wall. I placed 2 small pieces at the top corners, attaching the frame to the wall. Problem solved, I thought. Nope. The next morning, it was face down on the shelf again, the tape still stuck to the mirror, but peeled off the wall. This was starting to feel weird, but I'm not usually the type to jump to supernatural conclusions. I figured it must be something logical. Maybe the wall was too smooth for the tape to stick properly, or maybe my dog Baxter was somehow knocking into the shelf when I wasn't looking. Baxter is a golden retriever, super chill most of the time, but he hadn't shown any interest in that shelf before, and he's not tall enough to reach it anyway. Still, I decided to solve this problem once and for all. I went to the hardware store and bought some heavy-duty mounting tape, the kind with the red backing that's supposed to hold up to 15 pounds. This mirror couldn't have weighed more than 2 pounds, so that should be overkill. I also grabbed some Gorilla Glue as a backup. When I got home, I cleaned both the back of the mirror and the wall spot with alcohol like the instructions said. I applied the mounting tape, pressed it firmly against the wall for the full 60 seconds recommended, and then added a tiny bit of Gorilla Glue to the corners for extra security. I remember feeling satisfied, thinking, let's see you fall now. That was around 1 in the afternoon. I had the day off and decided to work on a refinishing project in the garage, an old coffee table I'd found by a dumpster. Baxter was with me the whole time, lying in a patch of sun near the open garage door. We were out there for maybe 3 hours. When I came back inside, I immediately felt something was off. There was this heaviness in the air, like right before a thunderstorm, but the weather was perfectly clear. Baxter felt it too. He got really stiff and started doing that low growl he does when someone's at the door, except no one was there. I walked into the living room and stopped dead in my tracks. The mirror was on the floor, not just on the floor, but in the middle of the room, a good 10 to 12 feet away from the wall where I'd mounted it. That alone was disturbing enough. But what really sent chills through me was seeing a chunk of drywall still firmly attached to the mounting tape on the back of the mirror. This wasn't a case of the adhesive failing. The mirror had literally torn a piece of my wall out as it, flew across the room. I stood there frozen, trying to process what I was seeing. Baxter wouldn't go near it. He kept his distance, hackles raised, still growling. I took a picture of it, my hands shaking. I needed proof that this had happened, because it felt so impossible. The piece of drywall was about 3 inches across and ½ an inch deep. The mounting tape and glue had worked perfectly, too perfectly. Instead of the mirror coming loose from the wall had come loose from the house. I called my brother Lucas right away. He's always been into occult stuff. Not in a dark way, more like he's fascinated by folklore and old traditions. When I sent him the picture, he didn't even sound surprised. "Get rid of it," he said immediately. "Don't even touch it with your bare hands. Use gloves or a towel." "What do you think it is?" I asked, my voice embarrassingly shaky. "Something's attached to it," he said. "Objects can hold energy, especially old personal items like mirrors. Mirrors are portals in a lot of cultures." Normally I'd roll my eyes at this kind of talk, but after what I'd just witnessed, I wasn't in a position to dismiss anything. Lucas said he'd come over that evening. For the rest of the afternoon, I left the mirror where it was. I didn't want to touch it. I took Baxter and sat on the front porch, periodically peeking through the window to make sure the mirror hadn't moved again. I felt ridiculous being afraid of a small antique mirror, but the image of that chunk of drywall kept flashing in my mind. Lucas arrived around 7 with a small bag of supplies. He's my younger brother by 2 years, but always acts like he's the older, wiser one. He examined the mirror without touching it, then the hole in the wall where it had been mounted. "This is weird, Mads," he said, using my nickname. "The force needed to pull out a chunk of drywall like that. It's not normal." He had brought sage, salt, and some other herbs I didn't recognize. He performed what he called a cleansing ritual, which involved burning the sage and circling the mirror with salt while reciting something under his breath. I felt silly watching this, but also desperately hopeful that it would work. "The final step," he explained, "is to bury it in hallowed ground. The salt and sage have neutralized whatever was attached to it, but to be safe, it needs to be buried." "Hallowed ground? Like a cemetery? I can't just go digging in a cemetery, Lucas." No, he laughed. "In folk traditions, family land can be considered hallowed ground too. I'll bury it in Mum and Dad's garden. They've had that place blessed a few times for good harvests." That sounded bizarre to me, but I was past caring about what made logical sense. I just wanted this thing out of my house. Lucas wrapped the mirror in a black cloth, put it in his backpack, and promised to text me once it was buried. Around 10 that night, I got a photo from him showing a small patch of freshly turned earth in our parents' vegetable garden, behind the tomato plants. "Problem solved," his text read. "Sleep tight." I slept with my bedroom door locked that night, Baxter on the bed with me. Nothing happened. The next day, I patched the hole in my wall and tried to forget about the whole weird episode. Weeks went by without incident. I almost convinced myself there was some logical explanation. Maybe the mounting tape had reacted weirdly with the wall paint, or maybe there had been some structural issue with that section of drywall. Then in August, about 3 weeks after the incident, I went to my parents for the usual Sunday dinner. As I walked around to the backyard, I froze. There, sitting on a small decorative table on the patio, was the white mirror. My blood ran cold. I stepped closer, examining it carefully. It was definitely the same one. I recognized a small chip in the corner of the frame. The mirror was clean, no dirt from having been buried, sitting there innocently reflecting the summer sky. I ran inside, finding my mom in the kitchen. "Mom, that mirror on the patio, where did it come from?" She looked confused. "What do you mean? It's mine. I've had it for years." "But Lucas buried it in the garden," I insisted. "Don't you remember? I took it from the garage and then weird stuff happened and Lucas buried it." My mom's expression was genuine puzzlement. "Madison, I have no idea what you're talking about. That mirror has always been mine. I just found it again when I was cleaning the garage last week. I thought it would look nice outside." I called Lucas immediately, walking away from my confused mother. When I told him what I'd found, there was a long silence on the other end. "That's impossible," he finally said. "I buried it myself. I dug almost 2 feet down." We went out to the garden together, and Lucas showed me exactly where he'd buried it. We even dug in that spot, going down about 3 feet. There was nothing there. My mom maintained she had simply found her mirror while cleaning, and no, she didn't remember me taking it in the first place. My dad backed her up, saying the mirror had been my grandmother's, and Mom had always kept it. The mirror sits in their garage again now. I refuse to go near it. Nothing strange has happened since, but I still get chills thinking about how it tore itself from my wall with enough force to rip out a chunk of drywall. Sometimes I wonder if I imagine the whole thing. But then I look at the photo on my phone, the mirror on my floor, with that piece of wall still attached, and I know it was real. I don't know what was attached to that mirror or why it seemed so determined not to stay where I put it. I don't know how it got out of the ground and back into my parents' possession. All I know is I'm never bringing home another free antique again, especially not one that shows you your own reflection. Story 2. I never thought I'd be sharing this with anyone, but I've been carrying it for months and need to get it off my chest. I'm still struggling to understand what happened that afternoon in my home in Ashfield. It was a Thursday in late October, about 2 weeks before Halloween. I remember because I had just finished a grueling morning shift at work and decided to take advantage of my afternoon off with a nap. The weather was that perfect fall temperature, just cool enough for a light blanket, but not cold enough to need the heat on. My bedroom window was cracked open maybe an inch to let in some fresh air. I laid down around 2 in the afternoon. I've always been someone who falls asleep quickly, but that day was different. As I was drifting off, I had this overwhelming sensation that someone was climbing through my window. I know how crazy that sounds. My bedroom is on the 2nd floor, and even though the window was cracked, it was still locked from the inside, physically impossible for anyone to enter. But the feeling was so intense. I could sense movement around my bed, like someone was circling it, watching me. Then I felt them moving away from my bed and into the hallway of my house. I was paralyzed with fear, but kept my eyes firmly shut. My heart was racing so fast I could hear my pulse in my ears. The logical part of my brain kept saying, "Jason, you're just falling asleep. This is hypnagogic hallucination." I've had sleep paralysis before, but this felt different, more real, more present. But I eventually convinced myself it was impossible for someone to be in my house, and I drifted off to sleep. What happened next is what I can't explain. I woke up in my dream. At least that's what I thought it was at the time. I got out of bed, and everything looked exactly like my actual bedroom. The same pile of laundry I'd been putting off folding, the same water glass on my nightstand, the same light filtering through my curtains. It felt completely normal, like I had just decided to get up from my nap. I walked down the hallway toward my living room, feeling drawn there by something I couldn't identify. The house was quiet, except for the ticking of the wall clock my mom had given me when I moved in. Everything seemed normal, but there was this tension in the air, like the feeling right before a thunderstorm. When I reached the living room, I noticed the cabinet door under my TV was slightly ajar. I never leave it open because my cat will go in there and mess with the gaming equipment. I walked over to close it, and that's when I saw him. Inside my cabinet was a small man, and when I say small, I mean tiny. Maybe 30 inches tall at most. He had a completely bald head that seemed disproportionately large for his body. His face was weathered with deep creases, and he had a short, white beard. But his eyes, I'll never forget those eyes. They were an intense blue color, spaced unusually wide apart, and they locked onto mine immediately. The moment we made eye contact, he said, "The family." His voice was higher pitched than I expected, but not cartoonish, just the natural voice of someone with a smaller vocal tract. Before I could react, he jumped down from the cabinet and scurried to the corner of the room, moving surprisingly fast for his size. He seemed shocked, like he hadn't expected me to see him. I got the distinct impression that he'd been in my house many times before without me knowing. This is where things get harder to explain. Unlike any dream I've ever had, I felt completely present. I wasn't floating or watching myself from outside my body. I felt every sensation, the carpet under my bare feet, the slight chill in the air, even the dryness in my mouth from napping, and I experienced this overwhelming sense that I had somehow stepped into a place that was both my house and not my house at the same time. Foreign and weird is the only way I can describe it. A full-body chill ran through me, like someone had dumped ice water down my spine. I was angry. This was my house. "Who are you?" I demanded. "What are you doing in my house? You need to leave right now." The little man pressed himself further into the corner, looking surprised and almost scared, like a kid caught with his hand in the cookie jar. He kept glancing around as if looking for an escape route. "What are you?" I asked, taking a step closer. He hesitated for a moment before answering in that high-pitched voice. "Leprechaun." That answer threw me completely. I'm Brazilian. I've lived in the States for 12 years, but Irish folklore isn't something I'm particularly familiar with. If my brain was making this up, why would it choose a leprechaun of all things? And he didn't look like the leprechauns from commercials or movies. No green outfit, no buckled shoes, no pot of gold. He was wearing what looked like a simple grey shirt and pants, almost like workwear. "Why are you in my house?" I pressed, still keeping my distance. He mumbled something I couldn't quite catch, something about fun or trick. When I asked him to repeat himself, he said, "Just watching, family watching." That phrase, family watching, sent another chill through me. I don't have family living with me. I live alone except for my cat. "What family?" "There's no family here," I said. His face changed then, and he gave me this knowing smile that made my stomach drop. Old family, new family, all family. I took another step toward him, determined to get a straight answer, when everything started to glitch. That's the only way I can describe it, like reality was buffering. The little man's image seemed to flicker, and the room around me began to fade in and out. I felt myself being pulled backward, like I was being yanked away by an invisible force. The last thing I saw was the little man raising his hand as if waving goodbye, and then I was awake in my bed, heart pounding, covered in sweat. I sat up immediately and checked the time. I'd been asleep for about 2 hours. The house was quiet. Everything looked normal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had fundamentally changed. I got up and went straight to the living room. The cabinet under my TV was closed. I opened it, half expecting, hoping, dreading, to find evidence of the little visitor, but everything was in its place. My cat was sleeping peacefully on the couch, which she wouldn't have been doing if there had been an intruder. I spent the rest of that day checking and rechecking the locks on all my doors and windows. I looked for any signs that someone had been in my house. Missing items, things moved, footprints, anything. I found nothing out of the ordinary. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about what the little man had said about family watching. I've lived in this house for 3 years, and I've never felt uncomfortable here until now. But after that experience, I started noticing things. The house creaks in ways I never noticed before. Sometimes I think I see movement out of the corner of my eye, but when I turn to look, nothing's there. A week after the incident, I was cleaning out a closet I rarely use and found an old photo album I'd never seen before. It contained pictures of people I didn't recognize. A family that must have lived in this house before me. There was one photo that made my blood run cold. A family portrait from what looked like the 1970s, and in the background, barely noticeable unless you were looking for it, was a small decorative statue that looked remarkably like the figure I'd seen. I've tried researching local folklore, thinking maybe there's a regional explanation. Nothing fits exactly, though there are stories of household spirits in many cultures. The closest I've found are tales of domovoi in Slavic folklore, or brownies in Scottish traditions, household spirits that attach themselves to families or homes. With Halloween approaching when this all happened, I initially wondered if it was just my imagination running wild. Maybe I'd seen something about leprechauns earlier that day and forgotten about it, but that doesn't explain the visceral nature of the experience or the photo I found afterward. I'm still living in the same house. Sometimes I think about moving, but part of me is afraid that whatever this is might follow me. Besides, nothing threatening has happened. If anything, since that day my life has been strangely blessed with small conveniences. Lost items appearing in obvious places, appliances that should be broken somehow working again, even an unexpected bonus at work. Sometimes at night I'll speak out loud to the empty house. I'll say thank you for the good things and politely ask that my sleep not be disturbed. I don't know if it helps, but it makes me feel better. I haven't seen the little man again, at least not directly. But sometimes in that space between waking and sleeping, I get that same sensation of someone entering my room through the window. And occasionally, I'll wake up to find small objects rearranged on my nightstand. Nothing missing, just moved into different positions. I still don't know what happened that October afternoon. Was it a dream, a hallucination, or did I somehow briefly cross into a place where I could see something that's always been there watching? I don't have answers, just the lingering feeling that my home isn't entirely my own, that I'm sharing it with something I don't understand. And the strangest part is, I'm not sure I mind. Story 3. I've never told anyone about this. It happened 3 months ago, and I still get cold sweats thinking about it. I live in Novigrad, in one of those old Soviet-style apartment buildings, 12 floors of concrete and small windows. Nothing special, just a place to sleep after work. I'm on the 8th floor, apartment 8C. Been there 4 years now. That night started like any other. I got home from work around 9 in the evening, exhausted after a long shift at the warehouse. The lobby was empty as usual. Nobody hangs out there anyway. It smells like cigarettes and the janitor's pine cleaner. I pressed the elevator button and waited. Our building has 2 elevators, but the left one has been under repair since I moved in. The working one isn't much better. It creaks, sometimes stops between floors for a few seconds, and the buttons stick. But it was late, and I wasn't about to climb 8 flights of stairs. The elevator arrived with its usual ding, and I stepped inside. Nothing seemed off at first. Same scratched metal walls, same flickering white fluorescent light, same worn rubber floor. I pressed 8, leaned against the back wall, and checked my phone while waiting. That's when things got weird. Instead of going up, the elevator made this grinding noise I'd never heard before. It was like metal scraping against metal, but with a weird rhythm to it, almost like it was deliberate. The light started flickering more than usual. I looked up from my phone and noticed the elevator was moving down, not up, which made no sense because I was already on the ground floor. I hit the 8 button again, thinking maybe it hadn't registered. Nothing changed. We kept going down. What the hell? I remember saying out loud. The panel showed we were passing -1, then -2. Our building doesn't have that many basement levels, just one for storage units and building maintenance. The light changed too. It wasn't the harsh white fluorescent anymore, but this sickly yellow color that made my skin look jaundiced. The air felt different, heavier somehow, and colder. I could see my breath. I hit the emergency button. Nothing happened. No alarm, no response. I tried pressing all the buttons. None worked. My phone showed no service. The elevator kept descending for what felt like forever. The floor numbers outside the elevator had changed from the usual Roman numerals to Arabic ones. But they were wrong, distorted somehow, like they were written by someone who'd only seen numbers in a book. Finally, the elevator stopped with a jolt that nearly knocked me off my feet. The display showed 8, my floor, but something felt very wrong. The doors slid open with a sound I'd never heard before, not the usual mechanical whir, but something more organic, like a wet sliding sound. I stepped out cautiously. It looked like the 8th floor hallway, but everything was just off. The light fixtures were similar, but casting shadows at impossible angles. The hallway seemed longer than it should be. The wallpaper pattern was almost the same, but with subtle differences I couldn't quite place, like someone had tried to recreate it from memory. I walked to where 8C should be. There was a door there with my apartment number, but it wasn't my door. My door is plain white with a peephole and a normal lock. This door was a deep reddish brown with wood grain I could see even in the dim light. The doormat wasn't mine either. Mine says "Welcome" in blue letters. This one had symbols I didn't recognize. The weirdest thing was the keyhole. It protruded outward from the door, like a metal cylinder extending about an inch from the wood. I've never seen anything like it. It was as if the lock was installed backward. I stood there frozen, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Part of me wanted to run back to the elevator, but curiosity kept me rooted. Was this some elaborate prank? Had I somehow gone to the wrong building? Was I dreaming? I reached out to touch the strange keyhole, and that's when the door began to open. It didn't swing open the way doors normally do. I don't know how to describe it. It opened inward, but also somehow sideways at the same time, like it was folding into dimensions that shouldn't exist. And then I saw it, the thing inside. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing. It was visible, I could see it, but I couldn't comprehend its shape. It was like trying to understand a color you've never seen before. Parts of it seemed to disappear when I focused on them, only to reappear in my peripheral vision. The closest thing I can compare it to is when a video game glitches and textures get all scrambled. Imagine a human figure where all the parts are there, but in completely wrong places, constantly shifting and rearranging. But even that doesn't capture how wrong it was. It made sounds, not speech exactly, but not animal noises either. It reminded me of those text-to-speech programs when they malfunction, or like someone playing a voice recording backward and at varying speeds. I could almost understand it, like it was speaking English but with all the wrong emphasis and cadences. I couldn't move. My body felt like it was made of lead. The thing stepped or flowed or shifted toward me. I couldn't tell if it was walking or floating or something else entirely. The hallway lights flickered as it moved. The smell hit me then, not rotten or foul, but completely alien, like ozone and copper, and something sweet all at once. It made my teeth hurt. When it was about 3 feet away, my survival instinct finally kicked in. I backed up, stumbling, keeping my eyes on it because I was terrified of what might happen if I turned my back. My shoulder blades hit the elevator doors, which were still open as if waiting for me. I fell backward into the elevator, scrambling to get away from the thing. It made another sound, louder this time, more urgent. I swear it reached for me, extending something that might have been an arm or might have been something else entirely. The doors began to close, painfully slowly. The thing moved faster, Just before the doors shut completely, it thrust something through the gap, something long and thin and wrong. The doors closed on it, and there was a sound like breaking glass, though nothing visible broke. Whatever appendage it had extended withdrew, and the doors sealed with a sickening squelch. The elevator plunged into absolute darkness. Not just dark, but a complete absence of light. The kind of darkness that makes you wonder if your eyes are still working. The floor seemed to drop out from under me, and I felt weightless, like in free fall. But I wasn't falling. I was suspended in nothingness. I couldn't tell which way was up or down. There was no sound, not even my own breathing or heartbeat, though I could feel my chest heaving and my pulse racing. I don't know how long I was in that void. Time had no meaning there. It could have been seconds or hours. I remember thinking I might be dead, that this was what death felt like, this nothingness, this absence of everything. Then, suddenly, the light returned. That sickly yellow at first, then flickering back to the normal white fluorescent. Gravity returned with a jolt, and I crashed to the floor, banging my knee painfully against the metal wall. I was curled in the corner of the elevator, shaking uncontrollably. The display showed I was between floors. The button panel was normal again. With a trembling finger, I pressed G for ground floor. The elevator began to move, but upward this time. That made no sense if I'd gone down past the basement, but nothing about this made sense. We passed what seemed like dozens of floors before finally stopping at G. For a terrifying moment, the lights went out again. Then they flickered back on, and the doors opened to reveal the normal lobby, the same worn tiles, the same bulletin board with community notices, the same smell of cigarettes and pine cleaner. I stumbled out, half expecting something to grab me and pull me back in, but nothing happened. The elevator doors closed behind me, and then, bizarrely, the elevator started moving again on its own. I watched the indicator above the door as it went up to 8 and stopped. I was so freaked out I almost ran outside, but it was after 9, dark, and my apartment was a 20-minute walk from the nearest bus stop. Instead, I forced myself to take the stairs all the way up to my floor. 8 flights, leaving me winded and lightheaded. But I wasn't getting back in that elevator. When I reached the 8th floor, everything was normal. My door was its usual white with the regular peephole and normal lock. My blue welcome doormat was there. My key fit perfectly. I went inside, locked the door, and checked every room, every closet, under the bed, behind the shower curtain. Everything was normal. I even looked out my window at the parking lot to confirm I was really in my building. I didn't sleep that night, or much, since then, honestly. I've been taking the stairs every day, no matter how tired I am. I've asked a few neighbors if they've experienced anything strange in the elevator, but they just give me weird looks. I've researched building plans, history, anything that might explain what happened. There's nothing. No secret sub-basements, no reports of similar experiences. Nothing. Sometimes I wonder if I hallucinated the whole thing. Maybe I was more exhausted than I realized. Maybe someone slipped something into my coffee at work. But then I'll catch a glimpse of the elevator doors closing as someone else gets in, and my heart starts racing all over again. I don't know what happened that night. I don't know if I somehow crossed into another dimension or reality, or if something crossed into ours. All I know is that sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I swear I can hear that same grinding noise coming from the elevator shaft. And sometimes, when I pass the elevator doors on my way to the stairs, I think I can smell that strange scent. Ozone and copper and something sweet. I'm moving out next month. I can't afford it, but I can't stay here either. Because the worst part, 2 days ago, I noticed something different about my apartment door. The keyhole is starting to protrude outward just a little, just enough that I noticed, and it gets a little more pronounced every day. Story 4. I've been putting off writing about this for years. It's not easy to talk about something that nobody believes. especially when it happened when I was just a kid. But I need to get this off my chest because it still haunts me 20 years later. I grew up in Westdale, one of those small towns where everybody knows everybody. My parents bought this old two-story house when I was around 6. It wasn't anything special, just a regular family home with 4 bedrooms upstairs, a living room, kitchen, and this really creepy basement downstairs. The kind of place where a normal family of 6 would live. I was 8 years old when it first happened. It was summer break, so I was enjoying being able to sleep in and just be lazy. That morning, I remember it was around 9 because my favorite morning radio show was playing. I was just lying in bed, half awake. My brother Thomas, he was 7 then, was in his room across the hall, and my little sisters Emma and Lily, 5 and 3, were probably downstairs having breakfast with Mom. I was just lying there, listening to the radio host talking about some local fair that was coming up, when suddenly, and I mean suddenly, the window blind shot up. Not like when you pull the cord and it rolls up smoothly. This thing flew up violently, like someone had yanked it with incredible force. It made this horrible snapping sound, and the whole blind just quivered there. I nearly jumped out of my skin. My heart was racing instantly. I didn't touch it, I wasn't even near it. I was still in bed, covers pulled up, and I just froze. Thomas came running into my room a few seconds later. "What was that noise?" he asked, standing in the doorway. "The blind just went up by itself," I told him, pointing at the window. "I didn't touch it." I'll never forget how the color drained from his face. Thomas was always braver than me, but in that moment he looked terrified, and that's when I turned to look at the window again. That's when I saw it, inside my room. Not outside looking in, not a reflection, but inside, standing between my bed and the window, this thing. I don't know how else to describe it except maybe a face from hell itself. It had this rotten, decaying skin that looked greenish-grey. Its eyes were sunken in, but somehow bulging at the same time with this yellowish glow. Its mouth was too wide for its face, stretched into this horrible grin, with teeth that looked like they'd been filed to points. Some parts of it looked like a goat. It had these weird bumps on its forehead like nubs of horns. But it was also like a rotting corpse, with patches of skin missing and what looked like bones showing through. I couldn't scream. I couldn't move. I just sat there staring at it, and it stared right back at me. Then Emma and Lily came running into the room, probably curious about the noise too. The moment they stepped in, they saw it. Emma started screaming first, this high-pitched shriek that finally broke me out of my paralysis. Lily just stood there for a second before she started bawling, this terrified crying that made my stomach turn. Thomas, despite being scared out of his mind, tried to grab the girls. "Get out! Get out!" he was yelling, trying to herd everyone toward the door. That's when the thing moved. It didn't walk or glide. It was more like a scramble. It ran right across my bed, like it was trying to get away from us. I felt the mattress sink under its weight. Actual physical weight. It caught its foot, or whatever it had, on my blanket and seemed to trip. Then, the most horrifying part, it fell through the floor. Not crashed through making a hole, but through the floor, like the solid wood wasn't even there. Heading straight down toward the basement. God, that basement. Even before this happened, I hated going down there. No matter how many lights Mom and Dad installed, it always seemed dark. The single bulb hanging from the ceiling barely did anything, leaving corners full of shadows. And then there was that weird wall made of cinder blocks at the back. It didn't reach all the way to the ceiling. There was this gap at the top, maybe a foot high. Thomas had been brave enough once to climb up and peek over it. He came back white as a sheet, talking about a dirt floor on the other side and what he thought were bones scattered around. Mum and Dad told him it was probably just old animal bones from when the house was built, but they never checked themselves. We all ran to our parents' room, screaming and crying. Mum and Dad came running upstairs, but of course by then there was nothing to see. They thought we were just playing some game that got out of hand. How do you explain to adults that you saw something impossible? They checked the house, told us everything was fine, and eventually we calmed down. But I knew what I saw. We all did. For a few weeks after that, things were normal. I didn't want to sleep in my room, but Mom and Dad insisted, saying there was nothing to be afraid of. I started keeping my light on all night. Then it happened again. I woke up in the middle of the night, freezing cold. It was the middle of summer, had to be at least 80 degrees outside, but I was shivering like it was winter. At first I thought my blanket had fallen off, so I reached down to pull it back up. It wasn't there. I turned on my bedside lamp and nearly wet myself when I looked up. My blankets, all of them, sheets included, were wadded up into a tight ball, floating in the top corner of my room, not hanging from something, not stuck to the ceiling, floating, just hovering there, defying gravity. I screamed for my mum. I couldn't take my eyes off the blanket ball, convinced that if I looked away, whatever was holding it would come for me next. Mom came running in, still half asleep. "Samuel, what's wrong?" I pointed at the corner, still screaming. Mom followed my finger and gasped. The moment she saw it, the ball of blankets suddenly hurled itself toward the doorway where we were standing. Not just fell, it was thrown with force. Mom grabbed me and pulled me into the hallway just as the blankets hit the doorframe with a thud. Mum started yelling for Dad. By now, everyone was awake. Thomas came out of his room, took one look at my face and asked, "It's back, isn't it?" Dad checked the entire house, even the basement, but found nothing. He tried to convince us it was just the wind, or that I had somehow kicked my blankets up there in my sleep. But how does wind ball up blankets perfectly and make them float? How does an 8-year-old kick sheets into a perfect ball that hovers in the corner? That night, I slept in my parents' room, but the next day, things got worse. Objects in my room started moving on their own. My toys would be in different places when I came back from the bathroom. My radio would turn on by itself, always to static. The temperature in my room would drop suddenly, even with the windows closed and the heat on. One afternoon, I was playing with my action figures on the floor when I heard this scratching sound coming from inside my closet, like fingernails on wood. Slow, deliberate scratches. I backed away toward the door, too scared to run, when the closet door slowly started to open. I bolted then, ran straight downstairs to the living room where Mum was folding laundry. I was crying so hard I couldn't even explain what happened. Mom came upstairs with me, and of course the closet door was closed. But when she opened it, all my clothes had been pulled off their hangers and were piled on the floor. And scratched into the back wall of the closet was a crude face, 2 circles for eyes, a wide gash for a mouth. Dad said I must have done it myself, that I was seeking attention, but I know I didn't. I would never have gone into that closet alone after what I'd seen. The worst part was the nights. Sometimes I'd wake up feeling like something was sitting on my chest, making it hard to breathe. I'd open my eyes and see nothing, but the pressure remained. Other times, I'd hear whispering coming from the corner where the blankets had floated, words I couldn't quite make out, but in a voice that sounded like gravel being crushed. One night I woke up to find Thomas standing by my bed, staring at me with wide eyes. "What's wrong?" I whispered, scared to make too much noise. "I saw it again," he said. "It was standing over your bed, watching you sleep. I came to get a drink and saw it through your doorway." After that, Thomas started sleeping in my room, on a mattress on the floor. "Safety in numbers," he said. But it didn't help. The night Thomas slept over for the first time, we both woke up around 3 in the morning to the sound of something heavy dragging across the floor downstairs. Thump, scrape, thump, scrape, like something was being pulled. It went on for what felt like hours, always directly below my room, always moving from one side to the other. We were too scared to go check. In the morning, nothing seemed out of place downstairs, but there were these weird marks on the kitchen floor, like something had been dragged through dirt and then across the linoleum. Mom started to believe us after a while, especially when she witnessed things herself. She was tucking me in one night when all the drawers in my dresser shot open at once, then slammed shut again with such force that the whole dresser rocked. Another time, she was helping me clean my room when a toy car suddenly zoomed across the floor, like someone had pushed it, right between us, too fast to be just rolling on its own. Dad refused to believe anything was happening. He kept saying we were all feeding into each other's imaginations, that old houses make strange noises, that there were logical explanations for everything. Until the night the thing showed itself to him. Dad had come up to check on me after I'd screamed about seeing shadows moving across my walls. He was sitting on the edge of my bed, telling me it was just headlights from passing cars. When the temperature dropped so fast, we could see our breath. The light bulb in my bedside lamp exploded, plunging the room into darkness except for the hallway light spilling in. And there, in the corner by the window, the same corner where my blankets had floated, two glowing yellow eyes appeared, hovering about 5 feet off the ground. Dad stopped mid-sentence. I felt him go rigid beside me. The eyes blinked once, twice, and then a mouth opened beneath them, that same horrible stretched grin I'd seen before. But this time, it spoke. "Mine," it growled, in a voice that sounded like rocks grinding together. "Mine!" Dad grabbed me and ran from the room, slamming the door behind us. He was shaking so hard he could barely stand. We slept in the living room that night, all 6 of us huddled together on pull-out couches and air mattresses. The next day, Dad called a local priest to come bless the house. The priest came, sprinkled holy water everywhere, said some prayers. For a few days after that, things were quiet. We thought maybe it had worked. Then one morning, I woke up to find my bed floating 3 feet off the floor, not just lifted at one end. The entire bed was hovering, perfectly level, with nothing underneath it. I was too terrified to move, afraid that if I shifted my weight, the bed would come crashing down. I called out for help, my voice barely a whisper at first, then building to a scream. Mom came running in and froze in the doorway, her hand over her mouth. Thomas was right behind her, followed by Emma and Lily, all of them staring in horror. As soon as Mom stepped into the room, my bed dropped. Not gradually, but instantly, like whatever was holding it up had just let go. It hit the floor with such force that the frame cracked. That was the last straw for Mom. She told Dad we were leaving. That very day, we packed only what we could fit in our car and drove to my grandparents' house 2 towns over. Dad stayed behind to pack up the rest of our things and put the house on the market. He joined us 3 days later, looking like he hadn't slept at all. He wouldn't talk about what happened while he was alone in the house, but he never questioned our experiences again. We never went back to that house. Dad hired movers to get the rest of our stuff. The house sold quickly, too quickly, really. I've often wondered about the family that moved in after us, if they experienced the same things, or if the entity was somehow attached to us, rather than the house itself. I'm 28 now, and I still wake up sometimes feeling like something is watching me from the corner of my bedroom. I still can't sleep with my closet door open, and I keep my blankets tucked in tight so nothing can pull them off. The worst part is, I still don't know what it was or what it wanted, why it chose my room, my family. There are nights when I lie awake wondering if someday, somewhere, I'll turn and see those yellow eyes staring at me again, hear that gravelly voice claiming me as its own. And I don't know what I'll do if that happens. Story 5. I'm not really sure where to start with all this. I've never told most of these stories to anyone except my girlfriend Mia, and even she doesn't know everything. I guess I should start at the beginning. Back when I was 12, I grew up in Orchard Heights, Pennsylvania, in this old 2-story house with creaky floors and drafty windows. My dad worked late shifts a lot, so I was home alone pretty often. I never really minded it until that night. It was just a normal Tuesday evening in October. Dad wouldn't be home until around 11. and I was sitting at our dining room table trying to finish my math homework. It was one of those long wooden tables that stretched almost the entire length of the dining room. I remember I had this habit when I got bored of rolling my pencil down the table and then getting up to retrieve it. Stupid, I know, but anything was better than solving equations. So I'm sitting there rolling this yellow number 2 pencil down the table for probably the 20th time, watching it make its way toward the other end. Except this time, something weird happened. The pencil just stopped, like dead in its tracks. And then, I swear I'm not making this up, it started rolling back toward me. Not like it hit something and bounced back. It literally reversed direction as if someone had picked it up and pushed it back. I remember my whole body going cold. The house was completely silent, except for the ticking of the clock in the kitchen. I thought maybe the table was uneven or something, so I tried it again. This time the pencil rolled all the way to the end and fell off onto the floor. Normal. But when I tried a third time, it happened again, stopped halfway, then rolled right back to me. I packed up my homework right then and moved to the living room couch, turning the TV up way too loud until my dad got home. I never told him about it. I mean, what was I supposed to say? Dad, my pencil rolled weird. So I just tried to forget about it, and I pretty much did forget, at least for a while. I avoided doing homework at the dining room table after that, but nothing else strange happened for years. Life went on normally. Middle school, then high school, making friends, joining the volleyball team, all that normal teenage stuff. Fast forward to when I was 16, I had started dating Mia earlier that year. She was this artsy girl with dark hair who always wore these cool vintage dresses and had the most infectious laugh. The first time she came over to my house, things got weird again. Dad was home that day, so I felt comfortable bringing her over. We went up to my bedroom to listen to music and hang out. I remember Mia kept looking around my room with this uncomfortable expression on her face. At first, I thought maybe she was just nervous about being at my house for the first time, but then she asked, "Does your room always feel this heavy?" I didn't know what she meant at first, but then I realized I'd been feeling it too, this weird pressure in the air, like when a thunderstorm is coming, but worse. The room felt about 10 degrees colder than the rest of the house, even though my window was closed. That's when I finally told someone about the pencil incident. I don't know why I chose that moment to bring it up. Maybe because Mia seemed sensitive to whatever was happening. When I finished telling her, she looked genuinely scared, which freaked me out because up until then, I'd convinced myself it was just my imagination. "I don't like it in here," she said. "Can we go somewhere else?" We went to the park instead and things felt normal again. But the next time Mia came over, about 2 weeks later, something even weirder happened. We were in my room again, and Mia was showing me these little stickers she'd gotten for her notebook. They were just small circular stickers with letters on them. She had one with an M for her name, stuck to her finger, and she was about to put it on her notebook when it suddenly flew off her finger and stuck to my wall. Not like it fell off. It literally shot across the room and stuck there. There was no wind, no fan running, nothing that could have caused it. Mia started crying immediately. I tried to calm her down, telling her it was probably static electricity or something, but I didn't believe that myself. The sticker had flown a good 5 feet across the room. After that, Mia was reluctant to come to my house, which I completely understood. We started hanging out at her place more often. Her house was newer, brighter, and never had that oppressive feeling mine did. About a month after the sticker incident, I was napping alone in Mia's bedroom while she was downstairs helping her mom with dinner. I was just drifting off when I heard someone whisper, "Hey," directly into my ear. It was so clear and so close that I jumped up, fully expecting to see Mia standing beside the bed. But I was completely alone in the room. I ran downstairs and found Mia and her mom in the kitchen, both clearly having been there for the past hour. I didn't tell them what happened. I was starting to worry that maybe I was losing my mind. That night, Mia's mom drove me home around 2 in the morning after we'd stayed up late watching movies. I remember it was raining lightly and the streets were empty. As we turned onto my street, I got this overwhelming urge to record a video on my phone. I don't know why. It was just this compulsion I couldn't ignore. So I started recording through the car window, and there, on a back street behind my house, was this figure walking. It was completely blacked out, like a shadow but person-shaped. It was walking toward us, but when Mia's mum's headlights should have illuminated it, they didn't. It stayed dark, like it was absorbing the light somehow. I showed the video to Mia the next day. She couldn't explain it either, but she suggested maybe it was just a weird shadow or a person wearing dark clothes. But I knew what I saw, and it wasn't normal. Things escalated about a week later. Mia and I went to this thrift store downtown after school. I was trying on this vintage jacket in the dressing room when Mia suddenly gasped and asked what happened to my back. I had no idea what she was talking about until she took a picture with her phone and showed me. There were 3 long red scratches running down my back with 2 more beneath them. They weren't bleeding, but they were definitely there, and I had no memory of scratching myself or getting scratched by anything. The scratches faded after a couple of days, but the following week, something even more terrifying happened. I was sitting in history class when I felt this intense burning sensation on my chest, right below my collarbone. It was so painful I almost cried out. I excused myself to the bathroom, and Mia followed me, concerned. In the bathroom, I pulled down the collar of my shirt, and Mia took a photo with her phone. There, on my skin, was what looked like the Roman numeral for 6, VI, as if it had been burned into my skin. It wasn't a deep burn, more like a red mark, but it was unmistakably deliberate. That's when I really started to panic. This wasn't just weird coincidences or my imagination anymore. Something was happening to me, something I couldn't explain or control. For the next few months, Mia and I researched everything we could about hauntings, possessions, all that stuff. We even tried to cleanse my room with sage we bought from this New Age shop downtown. Nothing seemed to help. Then, just as suddenly as it started, everything stopped. No more weird noises, no more unexplained marks, no more feeling like I was being watched. By the time I graduated high school, I had almost convinced myself that it was all just teenage anxiety manifesting in weird ways. Mia and I stayed together through college. We moved into an apartment together in Philadelphia, and for 4 blissful years, everything was normal. I thought whatever had attached itself to me had given up or moved on. But 3 months ago, it started again. I was home alone, working on my laptop at our kitchen table. Mia was at her art studio and wasn't expected back until late. I got up to make some coffee, and when I came back, all the windows on my laptop had been closed, not just minimized, completely closed. I know I didn't do it. Last month I woke up at 3:15 in the morning to find all the cabinets and drawers in our kitchen wide open. Mia swore she closed everything before coming to bed. 2 weeks ago, I was taking a shower when I felt something touch my shoulder. I spun around, but of course no one was there. When I got out, there was a perfect handprint on the foggy mirror, too small to be mine or Mia's. And just 3 days ago, I was home alone again when I heard that same whisper from years ago. "Hey!" right in my ear. I actually screamed this time, dropping the glass I was holding, which shattered all over the floor. I haven't told Mia about these new incidents yet. I don't want to scare her, and part of me is still trying to rationalize everything. But I know what's happening. Whatever was in that house in Orchard Heights has found me again, or maybe it never left. I don't know what it wants from me. I don't know why it chose me in the first place. All I know is that I'm terrified to be alone now, and I'm running out of excuses to give Mia about why I'm acting so jumpy. I'm writing this all down, partly to keep a record, and partly because I'm hoping someone out there has experienced something similar and might have advice. Because the truth is, I'm scared of what might happen next. The activity seems to be escalating again, and I can't help but wonder if those Roman numerals on my chest were some kind of countdown. If anyone has any ideas, please let me know. I don't think I can handle this much longer. Story 6. I've never told many people about this, but I need to get it off my chest. It happened about 8 months ago when I was 19, living with my adoptive dad in this old apartment building on the east side of town. The place was a total dump, cracked walls, weird stains on the ceiling, pipes that made those horror movie creaking sounds all night, but rent was cheap and we didn't have many options. I've had nightmares for as long as I can remember. My dad says I used to wake up screaming even when I was little, right after he adopted me. There's always this figure in them, not really a person, more like a shadow that stands in corners or doorways just watching. Sometimes it gets closer. Those are the bad nights. My dad and I shared this tiny bedroom with a bunk bed. Yeah, I know how that sounds. A 19-year-old sharing bunk beds with his dad, but our place was barely bigger than a storage unit. He always took the top bunk because I had this thing about feeling trapped in high places. Plus, I'd wake up in cold sweats from the nightmares, and it was easier for me to get up without disturbing him. That night started like any other. I went to bed around 11 after finishing some online coursework. Dad was already asleep. He works early shifts at the warehouse. I remember lying there, staring at the metal frame of his bunk above me, watching the shadows from our bistro lights dance across the ceiling. We had those string lights hanging above the bed because the main light in the room had burned out months ago, and the landlord never fixed it. I must have fallen asleep eventually, but what came next wasn't like my usual nightmares. This felt different, more real. In the dream, I was standing in an empty street, looking up at this massive skyscraper. It was swaying, like buildings do in earthquakes. Then it started to tip, slowly at first, then faster, falling directly toward me. I couldn't move. My feet felt cemented to the ground. The building's shadow grew larger and darker as it fell, until it completely blotted out the sky. In that last moment, I lifted both arms above my head, as if my hands could somehow stop a collapsing skyscraper. Then the weight hit me. I woke up gasping, confused, in total darkness, with something heavy pressing down on my face and chest. I couldn't breathe, couldn't see. Something was crushing me, suffocating me. My lungs burned as I tried to scream, but only managed a muffled cry. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. In those first seconds of blind panic, I was convinced someone was trying to kill me. I pushed upward with all my strength, my arms shaking with the effort. The weight shifted slightly, enough for me to gasp in some air and finally scream. "Help! Dad, help!" I heard shuffling, then my dad's voice from somewhere in the room. "Mason, what's happening?" "Something's on me. I can't breathe." The next few seconds were chaos. I was still fighting against whatever was crushing me, kicking and pushing, when I heard my dad fumbling for the light switch. The moment, and I mean the exact moment, the lights came on, there was a series of sharp pops above us. 3 of the bistro lights exploded, sending tiny shards of glass raining down. In the dim light from the remaining bulbs, I could finally see what was happening. My dad's mattress had somehow fallen through the frame and was now lying diagonally across my bed, with one corner pressed against my face and chest. The heavy wooden baseboard that supported it had completely dislodged and was hanging precariously from one side of the frame. Dad rushed over and helped me push the mattress off. I sat up, still hyperventilating, my t-shirt soaked with sweat. "What the hell happened?" I gasped, looking from the fallen mattress to my dad, who looked as confused as I felt. "I don't know," he said, examining the bunk frame. "I wasn't even in bed when it fell." That's when things got even weirder. Dad explained that he'd been asleep but had a strange dream that woke him up just minutes before my screaming started. In his dream, someone, He couldn't see who was whispering to him, telling him to get out of bed and turn on the light. The voice was so insistent that it woke him up, and he actually did get out of bed and was feeling his way toward the light switch when my mattress fell. If he hadn't had that dream, if he'd still been in the top bunk, he would have crashed down with the mattress. Probably would have injured both of us seriously. We spent the next hour trying to figure out what had happened. The wooden baseboard that supported the mattress was massive, easily 50 pounds of solid wood. It sat in a metal track on all four sides of the bunk frame, with raised edges that kept it from sliding around. For it to fall, it would have needed to be lifted up and out of those tracks, then pushed over the edge. Dad suggested that maybe I had pushed it up in my sleep. We tested that theory right away. I laid back down in my bunk and reached up with both arms fully extended. My fingertips barely grazed the bottom of the board, and I definitely couldn't have generated enough force to lift something that heavy. Could it have been me getting out of bed? Dad wondered. Maybe my weight shifting made it move. We tested that too. Dad climbed back onto the top bunk, lay down, then got up quickly, even jumping off harder than he had before. The baseboard didn't budge. We tried shaking the entire frame. Nothing. The only way to get that baseboard out was to deliberately lift it up and out of its tracks on all four sides, which would take considerable effort from someone standing beside the bed. But there was no one else in the apartment. The doors were locked, windows sealed shut with paint, another lovely feature of our dump. And even if someone had broken in, why would they do something so elaborate instead of just, I don't know, robbing us? The timing was what really messed with my head. The coincidence of my dream about something massive falling on me, Dad's dream telling him to get out of bed, the mattress actually falling, and then the lights exploding at the exact moment Dad hit the switch. It was too much. We didn't go back to sleep that night. We dragged the mattresses into the living room and sat up talking until sunrise, trying to make sense of it all. Dad kept saying it must have been some freak physics thing. Or maybe the building shifted. It was old enough to have foundation issues. But I could tell he didn't believe that any more than I did. The next day, we took the bunk bed apart completely. Dad went out and bought 2 separate bed frames from a second-hand store. We rearranged the whole room so that our beds were on opposite walls. I also replaced all the bistro lights, checking the wiring carefully to see if there had been some kind of electrical issue that made them explode. There wasn't. It's been 8 months, and I still wake up sometimes thinking there's something heavy on my chest. My nightmares about the shadow figure have gotten worse. Sometimes now, it's not just watching from the corner, it's standing at the foot of my bed or leaning over me. Dad won't talk about that night anymore. When I bring it up, he gets this look on his face. Not scared exactly, more like concerned. Like he's worried that dwelling on it might make whatever happened come back. I've researched everything I can think of. Stress-induced hallucinations, carbon monoxide poisoning, even paranormal explanations. Nothing quite fits. The closest I've come is reading about premonitions, people who dream about disasters before they happen. But those are usually about major events, not something small and specific like a falling mattress. The part that still makes my skin crawl isn't the falling mattress itself. It's the perfect synchronization of everything. My dream, Dad's dream, the impossibly dislodged baseboard, the exploding lights. It was like some invisible hand orchestrating the whole thing, either trying to hurt us or warning us, saving us from something worse. I don't know if I'll ever understand what happened that night. All I know is that when I close my eyes, I still see that building falling toward me. And sometimes in the darkness, just before I fall asleep, I swear I can feel someone watching me from the corner of my room. Story 7. I've never shared this with anyone outside my family before. Honestly, I'm still trying to make sense of it myself. I don't expect people to believe me, but I need to get this off my chest. I grew up in Westport, this small seaside town where everyone knows everyone. Our house wasn't anything special, just a two-story place about a mile from the beach. I'd always felt comfortable there until Christmas morning last year. I was 18 then. School was on break, and like most teenagers, my sleep schedule was completely messed up. I'd been staying up until 4 or 5 in the morning, just scrolling through social media or watching shows on my laptop. That Christmas morning was no different. Around 5 a.m., I was still wide awake, sitting cross-legged on my bed with my headphones on. My bedroom is right next to our front door, like the wall my bed is against is shared with the entryway. I had just taken my headphones off, thinking I should probably try to get some sleep before everyone woke up for Christmas morning, when I heard it. 2 distinct knocks on the front door. At first I thought maybe I was hearing things. It was 5 in the morning on Christmas Day. Who would be at our door? Then I heard it again. 2 more knocks, a little louder this time. Our dog, Bailey, started going absolutely nuts. He's usually pretty chill, but he was barking like crazy, running between the front door and my grandmother's room. I remember freezing, just sitting there on my bed, not knowing what to do. My grandmother was sound asleep. She takes sleeping pills. And it was just her, my cousin Tyler, and me in the house. My parents were out of town visiting my sick aunt. I texted Tyler, who was staying in the guest room, "Someone's at the door." He replied almost immediately, "I hear it. Stay in your room." Through the thin walls, I could hear Tyler walking to the door. The floorboards always creak in that specific spot by the coat rack. I heard him approach the door, then silence. After what felt like forever, he texted back, "No one there. Check the peephole." Nothing. That's when I realized something that made my skin crawl. Our driveway is gravel. You can hear a car pull up from anywhere in the house, that distinctive crunching sound. But I hadn't heard anything. No car. No footsteps coming up to the porch or walking away. Nothing. But the weirdest part, the part that still makes me feel sick when I think about it, was what I thought I heard between those knocks. It sounded like my mom's voice, just faintly, like she was talking through the door, saying, "Bailey, stop barking." But my mom wasn't there. She was 300 miles away. I didn't sleep that night. I just sat there, staring at my bedroom door until the sun came up and my grandmother woke up. I didn't tell her what happened. I told Tyler not to mention it either. I didn't want to freak her out on Christmas. After that night, something changed in me. I started feeling this heaviness in my chest, like someone was sitting on me. I became paranoid about the dark. I'd always been fine with darkness before, but suddenly I couldn't stand it. I started keeping my bathroom light on all night and my bedroom door locked. I couldn't use the bathroom at night without turning on every light between my room and there. For about 6 weeks, nothing else happened. I started to convince myself it was just some weird Christmas prank, maybe neighborhood kids or something. I almost had myself believing that I'd imagined my mom's voice. Then, on a Tuesday morning in February, it happened again. I remember the exact time, 6:40 a.m. I know because I checked my phone immediately after. I was actually asleep this time, which was rare for me since the Christmas incident. Something woke me up, that feeling you get when you know someone's watching you. Then the knocking started. It wasn't on the front door this time. It was on the wall directly behind my bed, the wall that separates my room from the hallway. The knocking pattern was different too, about 10 knocks in a sequence with irregular spacing between them. It wasn't like someone casually knocking, it was deliberate, like someone was trying to communicate. The worst part, it sounded like it was coming from inside the wall itself. I completely froze. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't do anything. My blanket was pulled up to my chin, and I was gripping it so hard my knuckles were white. Bailey, who usually sleeps in the living room, didn't make a sound, not a single bark. That terrified me even more. The knocking went on for maybe 20 seconds, but it felt like hours. When it finally stopped, I managed to reach for my phone with a shaking hand and call my grandmother's cell. She was in her room down the hall. "Gran," I whispered when she picked up. Can you come to my room, please? She must have heard the fear in my voice because she came right away. When she opened my door, I burst into tears. I told her everything, about Christmas morning and now this. The whole time I was talking, I was watching her face, waiting for her to tell me I was just having bad dreams. But she didn't. She just sat on the edge of my bed, her face getting more concerned. I didn't hear anything, Emma, she said, and I've been awake since 6 reading my book. That hit me hard. How could she not have heard it? The knocking was so loud, so clear, and her room was just down the hall. That's when I told her something I'd never told anyone before. This wasn't the first time I'd heard knocking. Throughout my life, there had been incidents. When I was 14 and we lived in our old house, I used to sleep on the couch sometimes. When I stayed up late watching TV, I'd hear faint knocks on the window above the couch. 3 quick taps, always around 3 a.m. I'd tell myself it was just branches from the tree outside, but deep down, I knew there weren't any trees near that window. As I told Gran these stories, I could feel that heaviness in my chest getting worse. It was like something was pressing down on me, making it hard to breathe. The fear wasn't just in my mind anymore, it was physical. Why is this happening to me? I asked her. I remember my voice breaking. She didn't have an answer. Nobody does. After that morning, things escalated. The knocking became more frequent, sometimes at night, sometimes during the day, sometimes on walls, sometimes on windows. Once, terrifyingly, it came from the ceiling directly above my bed. 3 slow, deliberate knocks that made dust fall from the ceiling onto my comforter. I started researching obsessively. I read about all kinds of paranormal phenomena, trying to find something that matched what I was experiencing. I found stories about 3 knocks being associated with death omens, which sent me into a panic attack so bad, my grandmother almost took me to the ER. What makes this whole thing even more messed up is that no one else ever hears it. Not my grandmother, not Tyler when he visits, not my parents when they return from their trip. Just me. The only one who seems to sense something is Bailey. He doesn't bark at the knocking anymore. Instead, he gets really still and stares at the spot where the sound is coming from, his ears perked up and his body rigid. Sometimes he whimpers and hides under the dining room table. One night in March, after a particularly bad episode of knocking that kept me up until dawn, I had this horrible realization. What if whatever is causing this is feeding off my fear? What if my reaction, the terror, the obsession, the constant thinking about it, is making it stronger? Because that's exactly what seems to be happening. The more afraid I get, the more intense the phenomena become. That heaviness in my chest gets worse every time. Sometimes now, I wake up feeling like I can't breathe, like something is sitting on my chest, pressing down. I've tried everything. I've prayed. I've burned sage, which my grandmother reluctantly allowed after I begged. I've put salt lines at my doorway like some article suggested. Nothing helps. Last week, something new happened. I was alone in the house. Gran was at her book club. My parents were at work. I was in the kitchen making a sandwich when I heard the knocking. It was coming from inside the refrigerator. I'm not kidding. From inside the closed refrigerator, I ran out of the house and sat in my car until Gran came home an hour later. I couldn't tell her what happened. I couldn't tell anyone. How do you explain knocking coming from inside an appliance without sounding completely insane? I don't know what to do anymore. I'm scared to be alone, scared to sleep, scared to be awake. That heaviness in my chest is almost constant now. Sometimes I catch glimpses of something in my peripheral vision, a shadow that shouldn't be there, a movement where nothing should be moving. I'm writing this at 4:36 in the morning. I haven't slept. About 20 minutes ago, the knocking started again. This time, It moved. It started on my bedroom door, 7 quick knocks. Then, as I sat here frozen, it moved to the wall beside my desk, then to the window, then back to the door. Like whatever it is was circling my room. The dog is staring at the closet now. He hasn't moved in 10 minutes. Just staring, his body tense, a low growl building in his throat. I don't know what's in my house. I don't know what wants my attention so badly, but I know it's getting stronger, and I'm trapped in a cycle of fear that only seems to feed it. The knocking just started again. It's coming from inside my closet now, slow, deliberate, like it knows I'm writing about it. Bailey just ran out of the room. I think it's getting closer. Story 8. I still get goosebumps when I think about what happened at my grandmother's house when I was 9. It's been over 20 years, but the memory of that day is crystal clear in my mind, like it happened yesterday. I've tried to make sense of it all these years, but I still can't explain what I saw. I'm sharing this now because I need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. It was the summer of 2002, and I was staying at my grandmother's for a week while my parents were on a business trip. Her house was this old 2-story place in rural Pennsylvania, surrounded by fields and woods, with the nearest neighbor about half a mile away. It was the kind of quiet where you could hear a car coming from literally minutes away. That particular day was a Saturday, hot and sticky like most summer days there. Grandma was in her garden out back, tending to her tomatoes and cucumbers. She always said the afternoon was the best time for gardening, even though the sun was blazing. I remember being bored out of my mind because there was no internet and only 3 TV channels. So I was sprawled on the living room floor, watching cartoons on this ancient television set with rabbit ears that needed constant adjusting. The living room had a clear view of the front door through an archway. The front door itself had these old warped glass panels that distorted everything outside, making shapes look wavy and weird. Above the door hung these wind chimes my grandfather had made years ago from old spoons and forks. They hardly ever made noise because the porch was covered and protected from the wind. Around 3 in the afternoon, I heard a sound at the front door. Not quite a knock, more like someone shuffling their feet on the welcome mat. At first, I thought it was Grandma coming in from the side of the house, but then I remembered she was still in the backyard. I muted the TV and listened. The shuffling continued, and I got that prickly feeling on the back of my neck. We weren't expecting anyone, and no cars had come up the long gravel driveway. I would have heard that for sure. I crept to the archway and peeked toward the front door. Through the warped glass, I could see a small figure standing on the porch. I couldn't make out details, just that someone was definitely there. My heart started thumping in my chest. Should I call for Grandma? Should I ignore it? In the end, curiosity won out. I tiptoed to the door and called out, "Who's there?" No answer came, but the shuffling stopped. Taking a deep breath, I turned the deadbolt. It made this loud, clicking sound that echoed through the quiet house, and pulled the door open just enough to peek out. Standing at the top of the porch steps was a girl who looked about my age. The first thing I noticed was her hair. This incredibly bright blonde, almost white, catching the sunlight in a way that made it look like it was glowing. She wore a simple pale blue dress that hung just below her knees. No shoes, which struck me as odd, because the wooden porch had splinters everywhere. "Hi," I said, pulling the door open wider. "Are you from around here?" The girl didn't answer right away. She just stood there, calm and quiet, with her hands clasped in front of her. Her face was pale, with these really light blue eyes that seemed to look through me rather than at me. When she finally spoke, her voice was soft, almost like a whisper. "Hello," she said. "I was just passing by." That didn't make any sense to me. Passing by? There was nothing to pass by out here. My grandmother's house sat at the end of a dead-end road surrounded by her property on all sides. To get here, you had to deliberately come here. "Do you live nearby?" I asked, stepping onto the porch. The wooden boards creaked under my feet, but I noticed they hadn't made a sound when the girl had approached. "I used to," she replied, with a small smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Something about her made me uneasy and fascinated at the same time. I wasn't scared exactly, but there was this weird feeling in the pit of my stomach, like when you're at the top of a slide and you're about to go down. "I'm watching cartoons," I said, pointing back inside. "Do you want to come in and watch with me? My grandma's in the garden, but she won't mind. She makes really good lemonade." The girl shook her head. "No, thank you, I can't stay." As she said this, something strange happened. The day had been completely still until then, not even a hint of a breeze, but suddenly a gust of wind came out of nowhere. It was strong enough to make the wind chimes above the door clang loudly, their metallic sound cutting through the quiet afternoon. The girl's hair barely moved, though, which struck me as odd. "Are you sure?" I pressed, disappointed at the prospect of going back to being bored alone. "What's your name?" "It doesn't matter," she said, still with that strange half-smile. "I just wanted to see the house again." "Again?" I opened my mouth to ask what she meant, but she spoke first. "I have to go now," she said, turning around. "Wait," I called out, but she was already walking down the steps. I watched as she reached the bottom of the porch steps and turned left, heading toward the side gate that led out to the front yard. That's when it hit me. The gate was locked, not just closed, but locked with a padlock. The key hung in the kitchen, and nobody had unlocked it in days. A chill ran down my spine as I realized something impossible was happening. I rushed after her, practically flying down the porch steps. By the time my feet hit the gravel path, she had already rounded the corner of the house out of sight. "Hey, wait up!" I shouted, running as fast as I could. The gravel crunched loudly under my sneakers as I chased after her. When I reached the gate just seconds later, my stomach dropped. It was still locked, the padlock securely fastened through the metal loop. The gate itself was tall, made of solid wood with no gaps to squeeze through. The fence on either side was just as tall and ran the entire perimeter of the front yard. There was absolutely no way she could have gone through the gate or climbed over the fence in the few seconds it took me to get there. It was physically impossible, yet she was nowhere to be seen. I stood there, my heart pounding in my chest, staring at the locked gate. The only other exit from that side yard was back toward the porch or around to the backyard, but I would have seen her if she'd doubled back. It was like she had vanished into thin air. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaking. "Where did you go?" Only silence answered me. The wind had died down as suddenly as it had appeared, and the world was still again. Too still, like everything was holding its breath. I ran back to the front of the house and looked up and down the empty driveway. Nothing. I ran around to the backyard, startling my grandmother, who was still kneeling by her tomato plants. "Sophia, what in heaven's name are you running around like that for?" she asked, pushing her gardening hat back. "Grandma, did you see a girl?" I gasped, out of breath. "A blonde girl in a blue dress?" My grandmother frowned. "What girl? There's no one here but us, honey." "But she was just here on the porch. We talked and everything." The look my grandmother gave me was a mix of concern and disbelief. She put her gardening trowel down and wiped her hands on her apron. "Sweetie, I've been out here the whole time. No one's come up the driveway, and I would have heard a car." "She didn't come in a car," I insisted. "She was just there, and then she disappeared by the locked gate." Grandma's expression softened. "Sounds like you've been watching too many of those spooky shows. Why don't you come help me with these tomatoes instead of making up stories?" "I'm not making it up," I protested, tears of frustration welling in my eyes. "She was real. I talked to her." But no matter how much I tried to convince her, my grandmother wouldn't believe me. Later that evening, when I told my grandfather about the mysterious girl, he exchanged a look with Grandma that I couldn't interpret. "There aren't any children your age for miles around here, Sophia," he said gently, "and we didn't have any visitors today. But I saw her," I whispered, no longer sure of myself. She was right there. That night I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the girl's face, that pale skin, those light blue eyes that seemed to look right through me. I kept replaying our brief conversation in my head, especially what she'd said about wanting to see the house again. The next morning I searched the entire property, looking for any sign of the girl or any way she could have disappeared so quickly. I found nothing. When my parents picked me up at the end of the week, I told them about the mysterious visitor, but they dismissed it as an overactive imagination, just like my grandparents had. Years passed. I grew up, went to college, started a career. But I never forgot about the blonde girl at my grandmother's house. Sometimes I would convince myself it had just been a dream or a childish fantasy. But deep down, I knew what I saw was real. When I was 23, my grandmother passed away, and we had to clean out the old house to sell it. While sorting through a box of old photographs in the attic, I found a black and white picture that made my blood run cold. It showed a family standing in front of the house. A man, a woman, and a young girl with light-colored hair wearing a simple dress. I flipped the photo over with trembling hands. On the back, in faded ink, was written, "The Millers, 1936. House sold after Emily's accident." I asked my grandfather about the photograph, trying to keep my voice steady. He sighed deeply before explaining that before my grandparents bought the house in the 1970s, it had belonged to a family called the Millers. Their daughter, Emily, had died in an accident near the property at just 10 years old. The family had been so grief-stricken that they sold the house and moved away. I've spent years trying to rationalize what happened that summer day. Maybe I dozed off watching cartoons and dreamed the whole thing. Maybe some neighborhood kid wandered onto the property and found a way to leave without me noticing. Maybe my memory has twisted events that never really happened the way I recall them. But in my heart, I know what I saw. On a still summer afternoon 20 years ago, I met a girl who wanted to see her old house again. A girl who disappeared by a locked gate. A girl who might have been dead for decades before our paths crossed. I've never gone back to my grandmother's house since we sold it, but sometimes on quiet nights I hear the distant sound of wind chimes when there isn't a breath of wind. Story 9. I still can't sleep well some nights, even though it's been years since I moved out of that Victorian monstrosity my parents bought when I was 8. I've tried therapy, meditation, even medication, but nothing completely erases what happened in that house. I'm writing this down, hoping it might help someone else who's experienced something similar, or at least help me process it all. When my parents first showed us the house, I remember feeling this weird knot in my stomach. It was this massive 3-story Victorian in a small English village, all dark wood, peeling wallpaper, and too many rooms. The garden was completely overgrown with these twisted old trees that seemed to reach for the windows. Even from the street, it looked wrong, like it was watching us. My dad was so excited about the bargain they'd found. The previous owners practically gave it away, and now I understand why. I overheard them telling my parents about unusual occurrences, but my religious parents just nodded politely. Dad later told Mum they were probably just trying to get out of fixing the old plumbing. Ghost stories are for people who don't understand how old houses settle, he said, with that know-it-all smile. But the local kids already called it the haunted house before we even moved in. I found that out my first day at the new school, when nobody would come over to play. "That house eats children," a boy named Thomas told me matter-of-factly during lunch. I laughed it off, but part of me already believed him. The first few weeks were just exhausting unpacking and cleaning. The house had this smell I can't really describe, Not just musty old house smell, but something underneath that, like soil and something metallic. And it was always cold, even in summer. We'd be sweating in the garden, but step inside and it felt like November. The first really weird thing happened about a month after we moved in. We were having breakfast when we heard this massive crash from the main hallway. My dad ran out and found this heavy crystal vase that had been on the third-floor landing, sitting broken at the bottom of the stairs. Not like it had fallen down the stairs, like it had been thrown over the banister. "Must have been balanced badly," Mum said, but I saw her hands shaking as she swept it up. After that, it happened all the time. Things we knew were on the ground floor would somehow end up on the middle landing, or stuff from the top floor would come crashing down to the bottom. My little brother's toys, picture frames, books, things that couldn't just fall that way. Our dogs knew something was wrong before any of us admitted it. We had 2 border collies, smartest dogs you'll ever meet, and they absolutely refused to go to the top floor. They'd get to the second landing and just stop. Hackles up, whimpering, sometimes barking at nothing, and nothing could make them go up those last stairs. Not treats, not commands, nothing. I had a bedroom on the second floor, thank God. The third floor terrified me. I only went up there when I absolutely had to, and never alone. There was this presence up there, not like a ghost exactly. More like walking into a room where people have just had a massive argument. That thick, angry air that makes it hard to breathe. Except it was always there, this cold, bitter feeling that pressed against your skin. One night when I was about 9, I was lying in bed, unable to sleep. The walls in that house were so thick, solid brick in most places. I was bored and started tapping a pattern on the wall next to my bed. Just random kid stuff, you know. 3 quick taps, pause, 2 slow ones, and then something tapped back. The exact same pattern. I froze completely, convinced myself I'd imagined it. Then, heart pounding, I tried again. 4 taps in a row. 4 taps came back. I ran to my parents' room, crying, telling them someone was in the walls. My mum came back with me, thinking I'd had a nightmare. She sat on my bed and said, "Show me what happened." So I tapped on the wall again. 3 quick taps, 3 quick taps answered. I'll never forget my mum's face. All the colour drained out of it. She pressed her ear against the wall, then walked out to the hallway to check what was on the other side. But there was nothing. Just the thick exterior wall of the house. No pipes. No adjoining room. Nothing that could make that sound. She made me sleep in their room that night. I heard her and Dad arguing in whispers. Him insisting it was the house settling, her saying we needed to get someone to look at the place. But my dad was stubborn. We'd sunk all their money into this house, and he wasn't about to admit there might be something wrong with it. The worst night was Halloween, when I was 10. We'd been in the house about 2 years by then, and we'd all just gotten used to the weirdness. Things moving, cold spots, the feeling of being watched. My brother and I were watching a movie downstairs with my parents when we all heard it, this blood-curdling scream from the attic. Not like a cat or an animal. A woman's scream. Terrified. Agonized. Dad grabbed a cricket bat and went all the way up to the attic with Mum following, carrying one of those heavy maglite torches. My brother and I huddled at the bottom of the stairs, too scared to follow, but too scared to be left alone. They came back down looking shaken. "Nothing there," Dad said, but his voice cracked. Mum just sat down and stared at nothing for a long time. The next day, Mum called Father Davis from our church to come and bless the house. He wasn't supposed to do exorcisms or anything like that. The Church of England isn't big on that stuff. But he came anyway. I remember watching him walk through the house, his face getting more and more serious as he went up each floor. When he reached the top floor, he stood there for a long time, just listening. Then he came down and talked to my parents in hushed tones in the kitchen. I snuck close enough to hear him say, "There's definitely negative energy in this house, particularly upstairs. I can't tell you it's supernatural. The church wouldn't want me saying that. But something tragic happened here. something that left a mark. He recommended renovating the top floor, especially the attic. Sometimes changing the physical space can help cleanse the spiritual energy, he said. I remember thinking that was a weird thing for a priest to say. My parents decided to renovate the attic and third floor that summer, convert the attic into a proper room, tear down some walls on the third floor to make it brighter and more open. But from the moment the workers started, things got worse. One worker quit after his tools kept disappearing and reappearing in different rooms. Another fell through the floor where the boards looked completely solid, just dropped right through like something pulled him. Dad's leg went through a different section of floor the next day, and he needed 12 stitches. The final night of renovation was the worst. I had this horrible dream. I saw people in Victorian clothes arguing in the attic. A man in a suit, red-faced and shouting. A young woman in a maid's uniform crying. And then, this still makes me sick to think about, I woke up to see a tiny blue-tinged baby lying on my bedroom floor. Its eyes were open, staring at me, but it wasn't breathing. I screamed and really woke up then, but the nightmare wasn't over. The doors to my ensuite bathroom were swinging wildly on their hinges, back and forth, even though there wasn't any breeze. And I could hear screaming again, not just from the attic this time, but from everywhere, like the whole house was screaming. My parents came running in. The dogs were going crazy downstairs, barking and howling. We ended up spending the night in a hotel. When we came back the next day, something had changed. The house felt lighter somehow. Still not normal, but the oppressive feeling had lifted a bit. Things stopped flying off shelves as often. The tapping in the walls happened less. It wasn't until I was 17 that my mum finally told me what she'd found out about the house. She'd been researching its history for years, talking to local historians and checking old records. Apparently, in the late 1800s, a maid had gotten pregnant by the master of the house. When her pregnancy became obvious, his wife forced her to go to the attic and take care of it. The maid died up there too, either from blood loss or by her own hand afterward. I think renovating the space helped, Mum said, like we acknowledged what happened and gave her some peace. But the house never felt completely ours. Even after the renovation, even after things calmed down, I always felt like we were just guests, tolerated but not welcomed. The last incident happened when I was 18, just before I left for university. I had my first serious boyfriend then, and he was staying over while my parents were away for the weekend. We were sleeping in my room when he suddenly sat bolt upright in bed at about 3 in the morning. "There's a woman standing over you," he whispered, his voice tight with fear. I couldn't see anything, but the air around us had gone ice cold. "She's wearing an old-fashioned dress," he continued, eyes fixed on a spot above my head. "She looks angry. She's saying, 'I need to leave.'" We both slept in the living room with all the lights on for the rest of the night. He never came over again. I moved out for university a month later and have never lived in that house again, though my parents stayed until they retired 5 years ago. Whenever I visited, I could still feel her there, not angry anymore, just watching, keeping track of what happened in her house. My parents sold the place to a young couple with kids. Sometimes I think about warning them, but what would I say? Watch out for the Victorian ghost who throws things when she's upset. They'd think I was mental. All I know is that I'll never live in an old house again, and sometimes, even now, when I'm falling asleep, I swear I can hear tapping on my wall. I never ever tap back. Story 10. I've never been one to believe in ghosts. I mean, I've watched all those paranormal investigation shows, but I always thought they were just making stuff up for ratings. At least that's what I told myself, until I moved back in with my mum in Millfield last year. For context, I'm 21. Had to drop out of college when my scholarship fell through, and Mom offered me a place to stay while I figured things out. She lives with her boyfriend Daniel, who's around 60 and has owned this house for decades. It's one of those old Victorian-style places with creaky floors and weird drafts. You know, the kind of house that makes noises even when nobody's moving. The first week was fine, normal, but then I started noticing things. Small things at first. Items not where I left them. Cold spots in rooms that should be warm. That feeling of being watched when I was alone. Mum eventually told me that Daniel's grandmother had died in the house back in the 70s, and according to him, she never really left. I laughed it off, of course. But then the neighbors started mentioning things. Mrs. Kellerman across the street asked me how I was getting along with the old lady when I was grabbing the mail one day. When I looked confused, she said, "Oh, I see her in the upstairs window sometimes, watching the street." Another neighbor, an older guy who's lived next door for 30 years, casually mentioned that he still sees the grandmother walking past windows at night. I brushed it all off as small-town gossip until Mom admitted that she'd seen things too. "Just shadows," she said, like that was supposed to make me feel better, moving from room to room when Daniel's not home. Still, I convinced myself it was just an old house settling, or my mind playing tricks after hearing all these stories. That is, until last Tuesday night. I had a late shift at the grocery store where I work, and I got home around 3:30 in the morning. The house was quiet. Mom and Daniel both asleep. I was sweaty from stocking shelves all night, so I decided to take a quick shower before bed. The bathroom in this house has always creeped me out. It's one of those old-fashioned ones with a clawfoot tub and a mirror that's slightly warped from age. The light flickers sometimes, and there's always this faint smell of old perfume that nobody uses. But that night, everything seemed normal. I took my shower, dried off, and headed to my bedroom wearing just my boxers and a t-shirt. My hair still damp. My bedroom is at the end of the upstairs hallway. It used to be a sewing room or something before Daniel converted it. As I walked down the dark hallway, the floorboards creaking under my feet, I felt that same familiar chill. The one I'd been telling myself was just poor insulation, but this time it was different. Heavier somehow. I pushed open my bedroom door and reached for the light switch, but before I could flip it on, I heard it. A laugh. A woman's laugh. Not loud, not hysterical, just a soft, amused chuckle, like someone reacting to a private joke. And it seemed to be coming from someone sitting on my bed. My hand froze on the light switch. I couldn't move. The laugh wasn't threatening, but it was so unexpected, so real, that I felt like my heart had stopped. After what felt like forever, but was probably only a couple of seconds, I managed to flick on the light. My room was empty. My bed was exactly as I'd left it that morning, unmade, with my laptop still sitting on the rumpled covers. No indentation where someone might have been sitting. No open window that could have carried a sound from outside. Nothing. I stood there, dripping water onto the hardwood floor, trying to rationalize what I'd just heard. Maybe it was the TV downstairs. Maybe Mom or Daniel had woken up, but deep down, I knew that laugh had come from inside my room. I checked everywhere, under the bed, in the closet, behind the door. Nothing. I even went back into the hallway to see if the sound could have come from another room. But the house was silent, except for the hum of the refrigerator downstairs and Daniel's faint snoring from the master bedroom. Eventually, I convinced myself I was just exhausted from work. I got into bed, turned off the light and tried to sleep, but every time I started to drift off, I'd jerk awake, convinced someone was watching me. After about an hour of this, I gave up. I turned the light back on and just sat there, scrolling through my phone, trying to distract myself. Around 4:30, I heard movement downstairs. Someone was up, desperate for company, any company. I threw on some sweatpants and went down to investigate. It was Daniel, sitting in his recliner with the TV on low volume. He looked surprised to see me. "Can't sleep?" he asked, muting the fishing show he was watching. I hesitated, not wanting to sound crazy, but something in his expression told me he might understand. I think I heard something in my room," I said, trying to sound casual. "Like a laugh, a woman's laugh." Daniel didn't look surprised. He didn't even look concerned. He just nodded slowly. like I'd confirmed something he already knew. "That would be Margaret," he said. "My grandmother. She was always a bit of a night owl, used to stay up reading in that room. It was her favorite spot in the house." The casual way he said it made my skin crawl, like we were discussing the weather, not a fucking ghost. "So you're saying your dead grandmother was laughing in my bedroom at 4 in the morning?" I tried to keep the edge out of my voice, but I was freaked out and a little angry. Why hadn't he warned me specifically about this? Daniel shrugged. "She's harmless. Just curious about new people in the house. She was like that in life too." I sat down on the couch, trying to process this. Has this happened before, with other people who've stayed here? Your mother's heard her, so did my ex-wife. Margaret seems to be more active around certain people. He looked at me with something like apology in his eyes. "You must be sensitive to it, like they were." "Great," I muttered. "So what am I supposed to do about it? I can't exactly sleep knowing there's a ghost hanging out in my room." Daniel thought for a moment. "My mother, her daughter, used to say a prayer when things got too active, something simple, just asking for peace and respect on both sides. You could try that." I almost laughed. "Daniel, no offense, but I'm not religious. I don't think a prayer is going to help me." "It's not about religion," he insisted. "It's about intention, setting boundaries." "I've tried that kind of stuff before," I told him. "When I was a kid, I used to get these really bad nightmares. Mom took me to a therapist who taught me all these visualization techniques, imagining a protective bubble around me, that kind of thing. None of it worked. The nightmares only stopped when we moved to a different apartment. I ran my hands through my still damp hair. And now I'm supposed to believe a prayer will keep a ghost away?" Daniel opened his mouth to respond, but at that exact moment, something happened that made my blood run cold. The light on the balcony, a fixture that hadn't worked since I moved in, with a bulb Daniel had said was impossible to replace because of how old the wiring was, suddenly flickered on, then off, then on again. 3 distinct flashes, like it was responding to our conversation. We both stared at it. Daniel's face had gone pale. Has that ever happened before?" I whispered. He shook his head slowly. "That light hasn't worked in 15 years. I disconnected it myself when the switch shorted out." As we watched, the light stayed dark. But the damage was done. Whatever skepticism I had left evaporated in those 3 flashes of light. "She's listening to us," I said, my voice barely audible. "She heard us talking about her." Daniel didn't deny it. He just sat there, looking at the dead light fixture, his fishing show forgotten. The feeling that hit me then is hard to describe. It wasn't just fear. It was this overwhelming sense of wrongness, like the natural order had been disrupted. Something that shouldn't be able to interact with us was. And it was acknowledging that it heard us discussing it. I couldn't stay in that room another second. I mumbled something about trying to get some sleep and practically ran back upstairs to my bedroom. But as soon as I closed the door behind me, I regretted it. The room felt different now, charged somehow, like the air before a thunderstorm. I sat on the edge of my bed, every muscle in my body tense. The chill came then, not the normal cold of a drafty old house, but a bone-deep coldness that seemed to start inside me and spread outward. My teeth started chattering, and my hands shook so badly I couldn't even hold my phone to try to distract myself again. The worst part was the feeling of dread that accompanied the cold. Pure primal dread, like something terrible was about to happen, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. I sat there, frozen in fear, for what must have been 30 minutes, waiting for something, anything, to happen. Nothing did. No more laughs, no objects moving, no ghostly apparition, just that awful cold and the crushing weight of fear. Eventually the cold subsided, but the fear lingered. I couldn't bring myself to turn off the lights. I sat up in bed for the rest of the night, back against the headboard, watching the door, the closet, the windows, anywhere she might appear. When dawn finally came, I was exhausted, but still too wired to sleep. I heard Mom get up, then Daniel, life continuing as normal, as if the world hadn't fundamentally changed for me overnight. I've slept with the lights on every night since then. Daniel says I'll get used to Margaret's presence eventually, that she's just curious, not malicious. Mom seems to have accepted it as just another quirk of living in this house, but I can't shake the feeling that something changed that night. It wasn't just that I experienced something supernatural, it was the way it happened. The direct response to our conversation, the deliberate nature of those 3 flashes. She wasn't just present, she was communicating, letting us know she was listening, letting us know she was aware, and I can't help wondering, what else is she aware of? What else has she seen and heard? And most importantly, what does she want from me? I don't know if I'll ever get answers to these questions. All I know is that I'm saving every penny from my grocery store job, and as soon as I have enough, I'm moving out. Some things you just can't get used to, no matter what Daniel says. In the meantime, I keep the lights on, and I try not to talk about her anymore, especially at night, because now I know she's listening, always listening. Story 11. I still don't sleep well at night. It's been 3 years, and I still find myself struggling to close my eyes when I'm home alone. I've tried everything, leaving lights on, playing music, even sleeping at friends' houses when possible, but nothing helps shake that feeling that something happened in my house that night. Something I couldn't see or hear, but everyone else could. Let me start from the beginning. I was 22, living back with my parents after graduating college. They were going away for the weekend to visit my aunt, who lived about 4 hours away. Nothing unusual. They'd leave me alone at the house plenty of times before. That Friday, they left around 2 in the afternoon. I remember waving goodbye from the porch and thinking about what I'd do with my weekend alone. Maybe invite some friends over. Maybe just binge some shows I'd been wanting to watch. Normal stuff. By around 6 that evening, I started feeling off. Not sick exactly, just drained and foggy-headed. I figured it was just the stress of job hunting catching up with me. I'd been sending out applications all week, and the constant rejection was wearing me down, so I decided to take it easy, make some soup, and go to bed early. I remember checking all the doors were locked. It was a habit my dad had drilled into me since I was a kid. Front door, locked and deadbolted. Back door, locked. Windows, all closed and secured. The house was a bit old, built in the 80s, so I always double-checked everything. By 9 o'clock, I was already in bed. I remember scrolling through my phone for a bit, texting my friend Megan that I was feeling too tired to do anything that night. She joked that I was getting old. I smiled at that, put my phone on the charger and fell asleep almost immediately. Here's where things get weird. During the night, I vaguely remember hearing a car outside. You know when you're half asleep and sounds incorporate into that weird state between dreaming and waking? It was like that. I heard what sounded like a car idling right outside our house. In my drowsy state, I thought it was strange since our street is pretty quiet, especially at night, but I was so exhausted that I just rolled over and drifted back to sleep. Then, sometime later, I thought I heard a soft knock on my bedroom door. Again, I was in that hazy, half-asleep state where you're not sure if something is real or part of a dream. I remember thinking it was strange since I was alone in the house, but I was too tired to even open my eyes. I figured it was just the house settling. Our place always made weird noises, creaking floorboards, pipes knocking, that sort of thing. I slept straight through until around 9 the next morning. When I woke up, I felt much better. That foggy, exhausted feeling was gone. I got up, made some coffee, and went about my day normally. Nothing seemed out of place in the house. Nothing was moved or disturbed. It was just an ordinary Saturday. My parents came back on Sunday evening, around 7. I was in the kitchen making dinner when they walked in. My mom gave me a hug, asked how my weekend was. I told her it was fine, that I'd mostly slept and caught up on some shows. Normal stuff. Then my dad asked, "So did anything unusual happen Friday night?" The way he said it caught me off guard. There was this tension in his voice, like he was trying to sound casual, but wasn't quite pulling it off. "No," I said. "Why?" My parents exchanged a look that made my stomach drop. My mom sat down at the kitchen table and said, "Mrs. Patel from next door called us yesterday. She wanted to make sure you were okay." I was confused. Why wouldn't I be okay? That's when they told me what happened, or rather, what everyone else thought had happened. According to my parents, Mrs. Patel and her husband had been awakened around midnight on Friday by what sounded like shouting coming from our house. Not just regular shouting. She described it as screaming, like people having a violent argument. She said it was so loud that she and her husband got out of bed to see what was going on. They weren't the only ones. The Millers across the street heard it too, and the elderly couple 2 doors down, and the new family that had just moved in on the corner. 4 different households, all reporting the same thing. Violent shouting and what sounded like objects being thrown or furniture being knocked over inside our house. Mrs. Patel told my parents that a car had stopped outside our house around 12:30. 2 men got out and went up to our front door, presumably to check if everything was okay. They knocked several times but got no answer. After a few minutes, they got back in their car and left. I felt the blood drain from my face as my parents told me this, because I had been home alone that night, and I hadn't heard any shouting. I hadn't thrown anything. I'd been asleep. "Could you have had the TV on really loud?" my mom suggested. But I could tell she was grasping at straws. I hadn't watched TV that night. I'd gone straight to bed. "Maybe it was a different house and they got confused," my dad offered. But 4 different neighbors, all hearing the same thing from the same location, that seemed unlikely. I told them about the car I thought I'd heard, and the knock that might have been on my bedroom door. As I said it out loud, a chill ran through me. Had those men who stopped their car actually gotten inside our house somehow? Had they knocked on my bedroom door? But if they had, why didn't they come in? And what about the shouting and crashing that everyone heard? My parents were visibly unsettled. My dad did a walkthrough of the entire house, checking for any signs of forced entry or disturbance. There were none. All doors and windows were still locked from the inside. Nothing was broken or out of place. I spent that night lying awake, replaying everything in my mind. The vague memory of the car idling outside, the soft knock I thought I'd heard. Had I dreamt those things? Or had something happened in my house while I was sleeping? Something I couldn't perceive but others could hear from outside. The next day, I decided to talk to the neighbors myself. I started with Mrs. Patel. She's this sweet Indian woman in her 60s who's lived next door to us for as long as I can remember. When I asked her about Friday night, her face grew serious. "Oh, Olivia, it was terrible," she said. "Such screaming, such anger, a man and a woman both shouting, things breaking. Mr. Patel wanted to call the police, but then we saw that car stop and those men go to check, so we thought it would be okay. But when we didn't see you all weekend, we got worried." I felt sick. "What time did this start?" I asked. "Just after midnight," she said confidently. "It went on for maybe 20 minutes. The Millers told a similar story. So did the elderly couple and the new family. All of them described hearing a man and woman shouting, things being thrown or broken, a violent altercation that lasted about 20 minutes, starting just after midnight. But I had been alone in the house, completely alone. Over the next few days, I became obsessed with finding an explanation. I checked all our electronics to see if something could have played sounds somehow. A TV turning on by itself, a computer starting up. Nothing. I researched our house's history, wondering if there had been any violent deaths or tragedies there that might explain some kind of, I don't know, paranormal event. But our house was built in the 80s, by a retired couple who lived there peacefully until my parents bought it when I was 3. I even went to a doctor to see if I could have slept through something so loud and violent. The doctor suggested that my feeling unwell that night could have been the start of a migraine, which sometimes causes unusual deep sleep. But she also pointed out that it would be nearly impossible for me to sleep through the level of disturbance the neighbors described. 3 years later, and I still don't have answers. My parents sold the house about a year after it happened. They never said it was because of that night, but I know it was. None of us felt comfortable there anymore. I'd catch my mom looking over her shoulder in empty rooms. My dad started checking the locks 3 or 4 times before bed. I've tried to rationalize it in every way possible. Maybe it was a shared auditory hallucination among the neighbors. Maybe there was some kind of acoustic anomaly that made sounds from another house seem like they were coming from ours. Maybe I was drugged somehow and don't remember what happened. But none of these explanations feel right. The truth is, something happened in my house that night, something loud enough for the whole street to hear, concerning enough for strangers to stop their car and check on it. Yet I, the only person inside, experienced nothing but silence and sleep. Sometimes I wonder if there's a parallel version of that night where I wasn't sleeping at all, where instead I was awake and involved in whatever violent scene the neighbors heard. It's like for a brief window of time, our house existed in 2 different realities, the quiet one I experienced and the chaotic one everyone else perceived. I don't know if I'll ever understand what happened that night, but I do know this. Whatever it was, it's made me question everything I thought I knew about reality. Because how can you trust your own experience when everyone else saw something completely different? Story 12. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. I guess I need to get it off my chest because it's been weighing on me, and I can't explain what happened that night. I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I grew up in Brownsville, Texas, right on the border with Mexico. My family has deep roots in Mexican culture. My great-grandmother came from San Luis Potosi and was known as a curandera in our community. For those who don't know, that's like a traditional healer who works with herbs, prayers, and spiritual cleansing. I never thought much about the spiritual stuff when I was younger, even though there were signs. The first time something weird happened to me was in 1st grade. I remember it clearly because it scared the hell out of me. I was sitting at my desk reading a book when I looked up and saw a woman standing by the door. She was wearing this pink dress and had really pale skin, almost glowing. She was just watching me. Not moving, just staring. I freaked out. My teacher said I turned white as a sheet and started shaking. They called my mum to pick me up because they thought I was sick. I told my mum what I saw on the drive home, and instead of taking me to our house, she drove straight to my great-grandmother's place. My great-grandmother sat me down in her kitchen that smelled like cinnamon and copal incense. She held my hands and told me something I'll never forget. "Mijo," she said, "the spirits know you can see them. They want your help." She explained that our family had what she called El Don, a gift that allowed certain family members to perceive things others couldn't. She said I had inherited it. I didn't really understand what she meant back then. As I got older, I convinced myself it was just my imagination, or that my great-grandmother was just keeping old superstitions alive. I kind of pushed it all away and tried to be normal. Fast forward to 3 months ago. I'm 22 now, and my girlfriend Melissa and I decided to try mushrooms together at her house. It was my first time with psychedelics, and I was nervous but excited. Her parents were out of town for the weekend, so we had the place to ourselves. The trip started fine. Colors were more vibrant, music sounded amazing, and we were laughing about stupid stuff. About 2 hours in, Melissa casually mentioned, "I think this house has a ghost, by the way." I asked her what she meant, and she said there were times when she'd hear footsteps upstairs when nobody was home, or find things moved from where she left them. Her family joked about having a friendly spirit, but nobody took it seriously. Maybe it was the mushrooms making me feel connected to everything, or maybe it was remembering my great-grandmother's words from all those years ago, but something made me want to test if what she told me was real. I said out loud, "If there's a spirit here, can you give us a sign?" Melissa laughed, but I was serious. We were sitting on her living room couch, and the TV was off. The remote was on the coffee table in front of us, untouched. As soon as the words left my mouth, the TV turned on by itself, then immediately off again. Melissa stopped laughing. "What the fuck? Did you do that?" I felt a chill run down my spine. "No, I didn't touch anything." "Maybe it was the cat stepping on the remote," she suggested, but we both knew her cat was in the backyard. "That's not possible anyway," she added, looking genuinely freaked out. "I use my phone as a remote. The actual remote has been dead for weeks." My heart was racing. I was trying to tell myself it was just a coincidence, maybe a power surge or something technical. But deep down I knew. "If you're here," I said, my voice shaking a little, "can you tell us if you're male or female? Turn the TV on if you're female." Nothing happened for about 10 seconds. Then the TV not only turned on, but went to static, that snow screen you rarely see on modern TVs. Through the static, I swear I could make out the shape of a woman's face just for a second. Melissa grabbed my arm so hard her nails dug into my skin. "Holy shit, did you see that?" I nodded, unable to speak for a moment. The mushrooms were definitely intensifying the experience, but I knew this wasn't just the drugs. This was real. The temperature in the room dropped noticeably. I could see my breath forming little clouds in front of my face. Melissa was shivering beside me. I remembered what my great-grandmother taught me about respecting spirits. She always said that if you acknowledge them with respect, they'll usually leave you alone. So I spoke directly to the room. "We see you, and we respect your presence in this house. Thank you for showing yourself. You can go rest now." The TV shut off immediately. The room slowly warmed back up. Melissa was staring at me like she'd never seen me before. "How did you know what to say? What the hell just happened?" I told her about my great-grandmother and what she'd told me when I was a kid, about El Don, about seeing the woman in pink when I was in first grade. My great-grandmother said some people in our family could communicate with spirits. I always thought it was just stories. We were both pretty shaken, so we decided to go out to the backyard to smoke a cigarette and calm down. The night was warm and quiet, just crickets chirping and the distant sound of traffic. We sat on her back porch steps, not talking much, just processing what had happened. We were almost done with our cigarettes when a police car slowly cruised by the alley behind her house. The officer spotted us and stopped. "Evening," he called out. "Everything okay here?" "Yes, sir," I replied, "just getting some fresh air." He got out of his car and walked up to the fence. "Mind if I come in and take a look around? We got a call about some suspicious activity in the area." I felt uneasy. We had mushrooms inside, and even though we weren't doing anything wrong at that moment, I didn't want to risk it. "Actually, sir, unless you have a warrant, I don't think we're comfortable with that. We're just sitting on private property, not causing any trouble." The officer looked annoyed but nodded. "All right then, have a good night." He walked back to his car. As soon as he drove away, something bizarre happened. My phone was sitting on the porch railing a few feet away from us. Suddenly it started playing music, a Spanish song my great-grandmother used to sing, but my phone was locked and I hadn't touched it. At the same instant, we heard the TV turn on inside the house. Through the back door window, we could see the blue glow from the screen illuminating the living room. Melissa and I looked at each other, eyes wide. "Did you leave your phone unlocked?" she whispered. "No," I said, "and even if I did, that song isn't even in my playlist." We hesitated, neither of us wanting to go back inside, but we couldn't stay out there all night. I picked up my phone, which had stopped playing music as abruptly as it had started. The screen showed no recent activity, no music app open, nothing. We reluctantly went back inside. The TV was on, but showing regular programming now. Some late-night talk show. As we entered the living room, it switched off. "I think it was protecting us," I said, the realization dawning on me. "From the cop." "What do you mean?" "The spirit. I think it was distracting us, keeping us here instead of somewhere we might have gotten in trouble." That night, neither of us slept much. We kept the lights on and jumped at every creak and sound in the house. When morning finally came, we were exhausted but relieved. Before we left her house that afternoon, I did something my great-grandmother taught me. I burned some sage and said a prayer of thanks to the spirit for watching over us, then asked it to rest peacefully. That whole experience changed something in me. I can't explain everything that happened that night. Maybe the mushrooms amplified something that was already there, or maybe they opened a door I didn't know existed. But I can't deny what I experienced. Since then, I've been researching more about my family's history and the curandera traditions. I've started having dreams about my great-grandmother, where she's trying to teach me things. Sometimes I wake up knowing information I didn't go to sleep with. I'm still trying to understand the full extent of this dawn and what it means for me. All I know is that there's definitely something to what my great-grandmother told me all those years ago. The spirits do know I can see them, and sometimes they do want my help. What freaks me out the most isn't what happened that night. It's wondering what else might be out there that I'm now able to perceive. I'm not sure if this is a gift or a burden yet, but I know it's real. And it's part of who I am through my Mexican heritage. I haven't told many people about this. Who would believe me? But I know what I experienced, and no one can tell me it wasn't real. Sometimes I still feel like I'm being watched, especially when I'm alone. And sometimes, just sometimes, I catch glimpses of figures in my peripheral vision that disappear when I turn to look directly at them. The TV in my apartment has turned itself on twice since that night. I'm learning not to be afraid anymore. Instead, I acknowledge whatever or whoever is there and go about my business. It seems to be working so far, but I still sleep with the lights on. Story 13. I never believed in ghosts until my father died. Now I'm not so sure anymore. My dad passed away in January, lung cancer, which wasn't surprising considering he'd been smoking since he was 16. He always had this weird saying that cigarettes were how I'm keeping myself alive. The irony is painful now. I'm 17, and to be completely honest, we never had a good relationship. Actually, that's putting it mildly. He was a piece of shit to me, and I didn't exactly hide my feelings about him either. We just didn't get along, and that's the simple truth. Dad's smoking habit was disgusting. His teeth were basically destroyed from years of tobacco, and his room was the worst place in our house. The walls that used to be white had turned this gross yellowish-brown color over the years. There were little burn holes in everything, his blankets, the curtains, even the carpet. The smell was so bad that whenever anyone came over, they'd have to take this deep breath before walking into his room, like they were diving underwater or something. After he died, my mom kept his ashes in this urn in the living room. It was strange seeing him reduced to this container on the mantelpiece when just weeks before he'd been sitting in his recliner, cigarette in hand, coughing up a storm while watching TV. I wasn't exactly heartbroken. Is that terrible to admit? I felt sad in the abstract way you feel when someone dies, but mostly I felt relief. Like this cloud of tension had lifted from our house. That feeling didn't last long. It started about 3 weeks after we brought his ashes home in February. I was up late doing homework in my bedroom, which is right next to what used to be his room. Around midnight, I caught a whiff of something familiar, cigarette smoke. Not just any cigarette smoke, but that specific brand he smoked. Marlboro Reds. I know that smell anywhere. At first, I thought maybe it was just lingering in the house, Dad had smoked inside for years, despite my mum's protests. The smell was probably just embedded in the walls or something. I ignored it and went back to my math problems. But then it got stronger. Like, way stronger. It felt like someone was standing right next to me, blowing smoke in my face. I actually looked around the room, half expecting to see a lit cigarette somewhere. Nothing. My window was closed, my door was closed. No one else was awake in the house, but the smell was so intense, I had to pinch my nose and breathe through my mouth. I got up and checked the hallway. Nothing. Checked my mom's room. She was fast asleep, and her room smelled normal. Went to what used to be Dad's room, which we'd been airing out for weeks and had already repainted. Empty, and didn't smell like smoke at all. But my room, unbearable. I ended up sleeping on the couch that night. The next morning, I convinced myself it was just my imagination. Grief does weird things to people, right? Maybe I was just thinking about him and my brain manufactured the smell or something. But it happened again the next night, and the night after that. It always followed the same pattern. I'd be in my room, usually late at night when the house was quiet. The smell would start faint, then gradually build until it was overwhelming. And every time it happened, I got this feeling like I wasn't alone, not in a comforting way, in a creepy, skin-crawling way, like someone was watching me, standing just behind me where I couldn't see them. One night, about a week after it started, I was trying to sleep but kept getting woken up by that damn smell. I finally sat up in bed and said out loud, "Would you just leave me alone?" I felt stupid immediately after saying it, but also scared. Because as soon as I said it, the smell got so strong I gagged. My eyes watered. It was like someone had lit up 10 cigarettes at once and was waving them in my face. I ran out of my room and slept on the couch again. This became a regular thing, me fleeing my own bedroom in the middle of the night because of this invisible smoker. After about a month of this, I finally mentioned it to my mum. We were doing dishes after dinner, and I tried to be casual about it. "Hey, Mom," I said, "do you ever still smell Dad's cigarettes around the house?" She looked at me with this confused expression. "Really?" "No, I haven't smelled anything. That's just your dad visiting you, maybe." Her answer freaked me out more than the smell itself. She said it so matter-of-factly, like it was completely normal that my dead father would be haunting me with cigarette smoke. And why just me? Why not her? "I don't want him visiting me," I told her. "We didn't even like each other." She just shrugged and said, "Maybe that's why. Maybe he has unfinished business with you." That night was the worst. I was determined to stay in my room, to not let this, whatever it was, chase me out again. I put on music with my headphones, trying to distract myself. Around 1 in the morning, the smell started up again. I ignored it, turned my music up louder. Then my headphones were yanked off my head. I'm not exaggerating. They were ripped off like someone had grabbed them. They flew across the room and hit the wall. I sat there frozen, unable to move or scream. The cigarette smell was so strong, I could taste it. That's when I noticed the temperature had dropped. My room was freezing cold. I could see my breath. In April, in a house with central heating. "Dad?" I whispered, immediately hating myself for acknowledging whatever this was. No response, just that suffocating smoke smell. But now there was something else. A soft sound, like someone exhaling, slow, deliberate breaths. In, out, in, out. The sound was coming from the foot of my bed. I reached for my phone to turn on the flashlight, but as soon as I touched it, it flew off my nightstand, just like the headphones. At this point, I was beyond terrified. I wanted to run, but couldn't make my body move. It was like I was paralyzed. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice shaking. The breathing sound got louder, and then, I swear this happened, I felt something cold touch my ankle like fingers. Cold, dry fingers wrapping around my ankle. I screamed and kicked, finally breaking whatever force had been keeping me frozen. I bolted out of my room, down the stairs and outside onto the front lawn. I didn't even grab a jacket or shoes. I just ran. My mom found me out there 10 minutes later, shivering and crying. When I told her what happened, she didn't look surprised or even concerned. She just said, "Your father always did love those horror movies. Maybe he's having some fun." Fun. This wasn't fun. This was torture. The next day, I refused to go back in my room. I slept on the couch again that night, and thankfully, the smell didn't follow me downstairs. But I couldn't avoid my room forever. All my stuff was in there: clothes, school supplies, my computer. After 3 days of sleeping on the couch, I worked up the courage to go back upstairs. I waited until it was daytime, figuring whatever this was might be weaker during daylight hours. Thank you, horror movies, for that little nugget of hope. My room looked normal. No smoke smell, no cold spots. I quickly grabbed what I needed and was about to leave when I noticed something on my desk that made my blood run cold. A cigarette butt, still fresh, the ash forming a small pile next to it. I know for a fact there hadn't been a cigarette in my room. I don't smoke. My mum quit years ago. There was absolutely no way that cigarette butt should have been there. I took a picture of it with my phone, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped the phone, then grabbed it with a tissue and flushed it down the toilet. I didn't tell my mum about it. I didn't tell anyone. Who would believe me? That night, I stayed at a friend's house. Made up some excuse about our house being fumigated. I couldn't bear the thought of being there after dark. When I came home the next day, my mum was acting weird. She kept giving me these looks, like she wanted to tell me something but couldn't figure out how. Finally, over dinner, she said, "I smelled it last night." I didn't have to ask what it was. "It was in your room," she continued. "I went in there to put away some of your laundry, and it was overwhelming. Like he was standing right there. Part of me was relieved, at least I wasn't crazy, but mostly I was terrified. If my mom could smell it now too, that meant whatever this was, it was getting stronger. "What do we do?" I asked her. She didn't have an answer. That night we both slept in the living room. Safety in numbers, I guess. Around 3 in the morning, I woke up to that familiar smell. My mom was still asleep on the other couch. The smoke smell was coming from the staircase. I watched, paralyzed with fear, as what looked like actual cigarette smoke drifted down the stairs, swirling in the dim light from the street lamp outside our window. It wasn't behaving like normal smoke. It was moving too deliberately, too purposefully. The smoke gathered at the bottom of the stairs, forming a vaguely human-shaped cloud. I couldn't make out features or anything, just this man-sized column of swirling smoke. And from within it came that breathing sound. In, out, in, out. I tried to wake my mum, but my voice wouldn't work. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't do anything but watch, as this smoke figure stood there watching me. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, it started to move. Not toward me, thankfully, but toward the mantel where we kept Dad's urn. The smoke swirled around the urn for a moment, then disappeared, just vanished, like someone had turned off a fog machine. The smell lingered for a few more minutes, then that too was gone. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. In the morning, I told my mum what I'd seen. She suggested we move the urn to the basement. We did, that same day. It's been 2 weeks since then. The smoke smell still comes sometimes, but it's fainter now, less aggressive. It doesn't chase me out of my room anymore. Sometimes I'll catch a whiff of it when I'm doing homework or just before I fall asleep, but it's almost polite now, like he's just checking in. I still don't know what to make of all this. I don't know if it's really my dad or just some weird manifestation of grief or guilt. All I know is that something was in our house. Something that smelled like cigarettes and moved things and formed itself into smoke. And it seemed very much like it wanted me to know it was there. Sometimes, late at night, I find myself talking to the empty air of my room, telling the smoke about my day or my problems at school. I don't know if he's listening. I don't know if I want him to be. Our relationship was complicated in life, and apparently it's still complicated in whatever comes after. but I no longer run when I smell cigarette smoke in an empty room. I just say, "Hey, Dad," and go about my business. What else can I do? Story 14. I've never really talked about this experience before outside my immediate family. It's still hard for me to process what happened that Christmas at my dad's house, and sometimes I wonder if sharing it will make people think I'm crazy. But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it. I've always been sensitive to spirits ever since I was a kid. When I was younger, I could actually see translucent figures walking around, especially in new places. My parents initially thought I had an overactive imagination, but as I got older, they realized there was something more to it. The ability to see them clearly faded as I entered adulthood, but I can still sense presences, that feeling of not being alone in a room, even when you clearly are. My second daughter, Lynn, inherited this sensitivity from me. When she was between 2 and 5, she would regularly point at empty corners of our house in Clearwater and talk about the people there. My wife, Mai, was always skeptical, but I knew exactly what Lynn was seeing. I never encouraged or discouraged her. I figured it was something she'd either grow out of or learn to live with, like I did. 3 years ago, my mother passed away after a brief illness. My father, who had been married to her for 46 years, was devastated. They'd lived in their house in Riverdale for most of their marriage, but after Mum died, Dad moved to a smaller place closer to his brother. About a year later, he surprised everyone by moving back to the old house in Riverdale. He said he missed the memories, but something about his decision unsettled me. I should mention that Mom and Dad's house had always given me weird vibes, even when Mom was alive. The upstairs hallway in particular. I'd avoid going up there alone at night. One time, years ago, when I was visiting with Mai before we had kids, I was alone downstairs late at night. Everyone else was asleep upstairs. Suddenly, I heard the unmistakable sound of wooden chairs being violently dragged across the floor above me. It was loud enough that I thought it would wake everyone up. But when I rushed upstairs to check, all the chairs were in place and everyone was sound asleep. When I mentioned it the next morning, nobody had heard anything. After that incident, I noticed more things happening in that house. Lights turning on by themselves, doors closing, the feeling of being watched. But I never said anything because I didn't want to upset my parents, especially my mom who loved that house so much. So when Dad moved back there after being away for a year, I felt uneasy. During our phone calls, he'd occasionally mention strange noises or things being moved, but he'd laugh it off, saying Mom was probably checking up on him. I wasn't so sure. Last Christmas, we decided to visit Dad for the holidays. Me, Mai, and our 3 kids. Our oldest son, Tuan, is 15, Lynn is 13, and our youngest, Bin, is 7. It would be our first Christmas at the old house since Mum passed. We arrived on December 23rd. The house looked the same as it always had, a 2-story colonial with white siding and green shutters. Dad had put up the same decorations Mum used to arrange every year, which was both touching and eerie. It was like walking into a time capsule. That first evening was normal enough. We had dinner, exchanged some early gifts, and caught up. Dad seemed happier than he had in years, though I noticed he kept glancing toward Mum's empty chair at the table. The kids were excited about Christmas and being at Grandpa's house, though I noticed Lynn was quieter than usual. That night, we settled into our usual sleeping arrangements from past visits. Mai and I took the guest bedroom downstairs. Tuan and Bin shared the small bedroom upstairs, and Lynn got the office with the pull-out couch, also upstairs. Dad's bedroom was at the end of the upstairs hallway, the same room he and Mum had shared for decades. Around 2 in the morning, I woke up needing to use the bathroom. As I passed through the living room, I noticed Lynn sitting on the couch in the dark, hugging her knees to her chest. "What are you doing up?" I asked her. She looked at me with wide eyes. "I can't sleep upstairs," she said. "There's something wrong with that room." I sat next to her, immediately concerned. Lynn had never been afraid of supernatural things before. Unlike most kids her age, she'd always been oddly comfortable with her ability to sense spirits. "What do you mean, something wrong?" I asked. She shook her head. "I don't know how to explain it. It feels heavy in there, like the air is pushing down on me." I offered to let her sleep on the living room couch for the night, and she quickly agreed. I got her some blankets and a pillow, and she seemed relieved not to have to go back upstairs. The next day, Christmas Eve, everything seemed fine. Lynn didn't mention the previous night, and I didn't bring it up in front of everyone else. We spent the day cooking, watching Christmas movies, and helping Dad put the finishing touches on the tree. But I kept catching Lynn looking up at the ceiling, toward the upstairs, with a worried expression. That evening, after dinner, Dad asked Lynn to bring his reading glasses from his nightstand upstairs. I saw her hesitate, but she didn't want to disappoint her grandfather, so she headed up. Less than a minute later, we heard a scream that made my blood run cold. I ran upstairs to find Lynn in the hallway outside Dad's bedroom, pressed against the wall, shaking and crying hysterically. I've never seen my daughter that terrified. Not before or since. "What happened?" I asked, kneeling in front of her, trying to calm her down. Between sobs, she managed to tell me she'd gone into Dad's room and seen something sitting on the wooden rack where he keeps his clothes laid out for the next day. She described it as small, about the size of a child, but with no head. She said that as she stared at it, frozen in place, a face suddenly materialized where the head should have been. Not a normal human face, but something distorted and wrong. The rest of the family had rushed upstairs by this point. Mai was trying to comfort Lynn, suggesting she'd seen shadows from the tree outside, or had let her imagination run wild in the dim light. Dad looked concerned, but also confused, saying there was nothing unusual in his room. Tuan and Bin just looked scared. I went into Dad's room to check. The wooden rack stood in the corner, Dad's clothes for Christmas Day neatly laid out on it. There was nothing unusual about it, but the moment I stepped into the room, I felt it, that heaviness Lynn had described, like the air itself was pressing down, and something else. A sense of malevolence that made the hair on my arms stand up. I've encountered many spirits over the years, but this felt different. In my experience, friendly spirits or regular human ghosts appear as normal figures, maybe translucent, maybe partial, but recognizably human. What Lynn described, a headless form that manifested a distorted face, that's not a regular spirit. In all the research I've done over the years trying to understand my ability, those kinds of manifestations are associated with something darker. We managed to calm Lynn down enough to get her back downstairs, where she insisted on staying for the rest of our visit. Mai, still skeptical, thought Lynn was just overtired and had an overactive imagination. But I knew better. I've seen that look of pure terror before. It's not something you can fake or imagine. Later that night, after everyone else was asleep, I cornered my dad in the kitchen and asked him point blank if he'd experienced anything unusual in the house since moving back. At first, he tried to brush it off, but when I pressed him, he admitted that he'd been having strange experiences, items moving on their own, the feeling of being watched, unexplainable cold spots, and most disturbing, the sound of something dragging itself across the floor of the attic at night. "I thought it was your mother at first," he said, his voice low. "But your mother wouldn't scare me like this." I told him about my own experiences in the house over the years, how I'd always sensed something off about it, even when Mom was alive. I suggested that whatever was there had probably been there all along, but Mom's presence had somehow kept it at bay. With her gone, it was becoming bolder. Dad looked troubled, but also resigned. "This is my home," he said. "Where else would I go?" I spent the rest of that night researching on my phone, looking for information about entities that manifest as headless or with distorted faces. What I found didn't reassure me. Most sources suggested these were signs of something demonic, or at least strongly negative, not your average restless spirit. The next morning was Christmas Day. We tried to maintain a normal holiday atmosphere for the kids' sake, but there was an undeniable tension in the air. Lynn refused to go upstairs even to use the bathroom, preferring to use the half bath downstairs. Tuan and Bin, picking up on the adults' unease, were subdued despite their new gifts. As we were preparing Christmas dinner, I noticed Dad standing in the dining room, staring at Mom's empty chair with a strange expression. When I asked if he was okay, he seemed to snap out of a trance. "I keep thinking I see her sitting there," he said, "but when I look directly, she's gone." That's when I realized the entity might be using my father's grief against him, possibly appearing as my mother to manipulate him emotionally. I've read about negative entities doing this, presenting themselves as loved ones to gain trust or access. After dinner, as dusk fell, the atmosphere in the house grew heavier. The Christmas tree lights seemed dimmer somehow, and shadows in the corners of the room seemed deeper. Lynn sat glued to Mai's side, refusing to be alone even for a minute. Even Mai, who had always been the skeptic in our family, admitted that something felt off about the house. Around 8 o'clock, as we were cleaning up from dinner, all the lights in the house flickered simultaneously. A moment later, we heard a loud thump from upstairs, like something heavy falling. Dad said it was probably just the old house settling, but none of us believed that. I volunteered to go check, despite every instinct telling me not to go upstairs. As I climbed the stairs, the air grew noticeably colder. At the top of the stairs, I paused, listening. The upstairs hallway was dark, except for the faint light coming from the landing window. I could see my breath forming clouds in the frigid air. As I stood there, I heard a soft scratching sound coming from Dad's room at the end of the hall. It sounded like fingernails dragging slowly across wood. Every part of me wanted to turn around and go back downstairs, but I forced myself to walk toward the sound. Dad's bedroom door was slightly ajar. As I approached, the scratching stopped. I pushed the door open wider and flipped on the light switch. The room appeared normal, bed neatly made, clothes still laid out on the rack. But the temperature in here was even colder than the hallway, so cold it hurt to breathe. Then I noticed something on the mirror above Dad's dresser. Written in what looked like condensation were 3 words: "She is mine." I backed out of the room, my heart pounding. As I turned to hurry back down the hallway, I saw something from the corner of my eye. A small, dark figure at the end of the hall near the attic access. Just as Lynn had described, it seemed to have no head. I didn't wait to see if a face would appear. I ran back downstairs as fast as I could. I didn't tell everyone what I'd seen. I didn't want to terrify the kids further, but I pulled Mai and Dad aside and told them we needed to leave first thing in the morning. To my surprise, Dad agreed immediately. He admitted that he'd been seeing and hearing things for months, but had been too embarrassed or afraid to mention them. That night was the longest of my life. None of us slept well. Every creak and groan of the old house set us on edge. Lynn insisted on sleeping between Mai and me on our pull-out bed. Around 3 in the morning, we all woke to the sound of footsteps slowly crossing the ceiling above us. Heavy, deliberate steps that couldn't be explained by the house settling. As soon as it was light outside, we packed our things and left. I tried to convince Dad to come with us, at least temporarily, but he refused. He said he would look into selling the house, but he wasn't going to be chased out immediately. I was worried, but I couldn't force him. We've been back home in Clearwater for a few days now. Lynn is still shaken. She's been having nightmares and doesn't want to be alone, which isn't like her at all. I've been researching what might be in Dad's house and how to protect him from it until he can move. Dad called yesterday to say he's contacted a realtor and is looking at apartments near his brother. He also mentioned that the words I saw on the mirror reappeared, even after he wiped them away. And he started hearing a woman's voice at night. Not Mom's voice, he insists, though it pretends to be her. I'm driving back up there this weekend to help him pack some essentials and move to a hotel until he finds a new place. I don't know what's in that house, whether it was always there or if it somehow attached itself to the property after Mom died, but I know it's not something we can fight on our own. If anyone has experienced anything similar or has advice on how to protect my father until he can get out of that house, I'd appreciate it. I've always been able to sense spirits, but I've never encountered anything that filled me with such dread as whatever is in my father's house. Story 15. I've been holding this in for nearly a year now, and I need to get it off my chest. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened that night at John Baptist, and honestly, I'm not sure I ever will. I'm a senior at John Baptist High School in Bangor, Maine. It's this really old private school with tons of history. You know, the kind with brick buildings, ivy on the walls, and a reputation that makes parents willing to shell out tuition. I joined the theater program sophomore year, mostly because my mom thought it would round out my college applications, but I ended up actually enjoying it. Last November, we were putting on Grease. Not the most original choice, but our drama teacher, Mr. Reed, said it was a crowd pleaser that would sell tickets. I wasn't a lead or anything, just ensemble with a few lines. But I volunteered for stage crew too, because I needed the extracurricular hours. So this one night, after a particularly long rehearsal, it was just me and my friend David left to close up the auditorium. Everyone else had bailed already, including Mr. Reed, who had this policy of teaching responsibility by letting trusted students lock up. It was around 11 at night, which doesn't sound that late. But in November in Maine, it's pitch black outside and feels like the middle of the night. Our auditorium is honestly pretty impressive for a high school. It's one of the original buildings from when the school was founded back in the 1920s. It's got these massive stained glass windows along the sides that are covered during performances. Rows of old wooden seats with purple cushions. School colors are purple and white. And this ornate balcony section that wraps around in a horseshoe shape. The kind of place that feels important, you know, like you can feel the weight of all the performances that happened there before you. David and I were going through the closing checklist, turning off the stage lights, making sure props were put away, checking that the exits were secure. I was walking the aisles, picking up random trash people had left behind when David called out from the stage. "Hey, Jack! We've got one more up in the balcony." I looked up where he was pointing, and sure enough, there was someone sitting in the front row of the balcony, center section. Even from below, I could make out that it was a guy with blonde hair wearing one of our school's Letterman jackets, purple and white leather that the athletes wear. "Hello?" I called up. "Sorry, but we're closing up now. You need to head out." No response. The figure just sat there, completely still, looking down at us. I glanced at David, who shrugged. "Maybe he can't hear you." "Hey!" I tried again, louder this time. "Auditorium's closed. You need to leave." Still nothing, just this weird, intense staring. I couldn't make out his face clearly from that distance, but I could feel his eyes on me. It sent this chill down my back that I can't really explain. It wasn't like he was being threatening or anything. He was just watching. "This is getting weird," David muttered. "I'm going to get Mr. Reed. He's probably still in his office." "I thought he left already," I said, not taking my eyes off the figure. "He usually sticks around to grade papers. I'll be right back." David jogged up the aisle and out the main doors, leaving me alone with our silent spectator. The auditorium suddenly felt 10 times larger and 10 times emptier at the same time. The only light was coming from the work lights on stage, casting this dim yellow glow that didn't reach the balcony properly. The figure was half in shadow. "Look, man," I called up, trying to sound casual but firm. I don't know if you're messing around or what, but we really need to lock up. Nothing. Not even a shift in position. I decided to go up there myself. I headed toward the stairs that led to the balcony, but as I got closer, something stopped me. It was this feeling in my gut, this instinct telling me not to go up there alone. I've never been the superstitious type, but in that moment, I couldn't make myself climb those stairs. So I went back to the stage and just waited, keeping my eyes on the figure the whole time. We had this weird staring contest going on, and I swear he never moved. Not once. No shifting in his seat, no checking his phone, no nothing. Just perfect stillness. And the longer I looked, the more I started to notice something off about him, like I couldn't quite focus on his features. They seemed to blur or shift when I tried to make them out. After what felt like forever, but was probably only a couple minutes, I heard the auditorium doors open. David was back with Mr. Reed, who looked annoyed at being pulled away from his grading. "Jack, what's this about someone not leaving?" Mr. Reed called as they walked down the aisle. I turned to look at them for literally just a second. "Up there in the balcony," I said, pointing as I turned back. "He won't—" The seat was empty. I blinked hard, thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me, but no, the figure was gone, completely vanished. "Where'd he go?" I asked, more to myself than anyone else. Mr. Reed looked up at the empty balcony, then back at me with skepticism. "Is this some kind of joke? Because I've got a stack of essays to grade and I don't have time for—" "No, I swear," David cut in. "There was someone up there, a guy in a school jacket. We both saw him." Mr. Reed must have heard something in our voices, because his expression changed from annoyed to concerned. "You're serious, aren't you?" We both nodded. "All right," he sighed. "Let's check it out." The three of us went up to the balcony together. The stairway was narrow and creaky, with this musty smell that old buildings get. When we reached the balcony level, Mr. Reed flipped on the lights, and we scanned the rows of seats. No one was there. But here's the thing that still gives me goosebumps. The seat where the boy had been sitting, front row center section, was in the down position, while all the other seats were folded up. Our school seats are the kind that fold up when no one's sitting in them, and part of our closing checklist is making sure they're all up for the cleaning crew. "Did either of you sit here earlier?" Mr. Reed asked, touching the seat. We both shook our heads. "And you're sure you saw someone here?" "Positive," I said. "We both talked to him." "Well, at him." "He never responded." Mr. Reed frowned. "Let's check the rest of the building." We spent the next 45 minutes searching every corner of the auditorium, the dressing rooms, the prop storage, the lighting booth, even the old janitor's closet that nobody ever uses. Nothing. Not a trace of anyone else in the building. By midnight, Mr. Reed finally called it. "Listen, boys," he said as we stood on the stage, his voice echoing slightly in the empty space. "I believe you saw something, but whoever it was must have slipped out when you weren't looking. Let's lock up and go home. It's late, and we all have class tomorrow." I could tell he was trying to be rational, but his eyes kept darting around the auditorium, like he was expecting to see someone watching us. The three of us left together, double-checking that all the doors were locked behind us. The whole drive home, I couldn't shake the image of that motionless figure staring down at me. There was something so deliberate about it, like he was trying to communicate something just by his presence. I didn't sleep much that night. I kept replaying everything in my head, trying to find some normal explanation. Maybe it was just some kid playing a prank. Maybe he slipped out when I turned to look at David and Mr. Reed. But how did he get out so quickly and silently? And why just sit there, not responding when we called out to him? The next day at school, David and I asked around if anyone had been in the auditorium late the previous night. No one owned up to it. We even checked with the basketball team, since the figure had been wearing a Letterman jacket, but all of them had solid alibis. About a week later, I was in the library working on a history project when I decided to look through some old yearbooks. Our school's been around since 1922, and they keep all the yearbooks archived. I'm not sure what I was looking for exactly. Maybe just some connection to what happened. I was flipping through a yearbook from 1986 when something caught my eye. There was a memorial page dedicated to a student named Thomas Winters, who had died during the school year. The photo showed a blonde boy with a slight smile, wearing, you guessed it, a purple and white Letterman jacket. My hands started shaking as I read the small paragraph beneath his photo. It didn't give details about how he died, just the usual remembered fondly stuff. But there was a quote from the drama teacher at the time saying how passionate Thomas had been about theatre and how the spring production of Our Town would be dedicated to his memory. I went down a research rabbit hole after that, checked old local newspapers, asked some teachers who'd been at the school a long time, even found an alumni Facebook group and messaged a few people who'd graduated in the 80s. The story I pieced together was this. Thomas Winters was a junior star basketball player dating one of the most popular girls in school. Apparently, she broke up with him the night of the winter formal. According to what I heard, he was devastated and went to the auditorium, a place he loved since he was also involved in theatre, and took his own life there. The school kept the details quiet, but it happened in the balcony, front row, centre section. I never told my parents about any of this. They're the type who'd either overreact and pull me out of the production or underreact and think I was making it up for attention. I did tell David what I'd found, and we agreed to keep it between us. Even Mr. Reed seemed to have convinced himself nothing strange had happened that night, but I couldn't let it go. About 3 weeks before our opening night, after classes had ended for the day, I went back to the auditorium alone. I don't know what compelled me to do it. Curiosity maybe, or something deeper. The place was empty, the work lights casting that same dim glow across the stage. I stood center stage and looked up at the balcony. At that seat! "I know what happened to you, Thomas," I said, my voice sounding smaller than I expected in the large space. "I'm sorry about what happened. That must have been really painful." I felt stupid talking to an empty room, but I kept going. "We're putting on Grease in a few weeks. It's no Our Town, but I think it's going to be pretty good. You're welcome to watch if you want. Just maybe don't scare the crap out of people next time." I waited, half expecting to see him appear, but the balcony remained empty. After a minute or two, I left, feeling both relieved and disappointed. Our production went on without a hitch. 4 sold-out shows, standing ovations each night. Throughout the performances, I couldn't help glancing up at that seat in the balcony. It remained empty, or at least visibly empty, every night. On closing night, after our final bow, when the audience was filing out and the cast was celebrating, I looked up one last time. For just a split second, so brief I've spent months wondering if I imagined it, I thought I saw him there. A blonde boy in a purple and white jacket, and this time it looked like he was smiling. I've never told anyone the full story until now. I'm graduating in a few months, and soon John Baptist and its auditorium will be behind me. But sometimes I still think about Thomas, sitting alone in that balcony seat, watching life go on without him. And sometimes, when I'm alone in empty rooms, I can feel eyes on me, like someone's watching from just beyond where I can see. I don't know if he's still there in that auditorium or if he found whatever peace he was looking for. But if you're ever in Bangor and happen to catch a show at John Baptist High, maybe glance up at the balcony, front row center, and if you see a blonde boy in a purple and white jacket, just let him watch. That's all he seems to want, to be a spectator to the life he lost. Story 16. I've never believed in the paranormal. I was always the guy who rolled his eyes at ghost stories and thought people who claimed to see spirits were either attention-seeking or needed psychological help. But after what's happened in our house over the past few months, I don't know what to believe anymore. I'm literally typing this with shaking hands, hoping someone out there has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not losing my mind. We moved into our new house last September, a beautiful two-story with a finished basement in Ridgewood Estates. My wife Sarah loved it immediately because of the open kitchen and the big backyard for our dogs. Our 9-year-old daughter Emma was thrilled to have the basement bedroom we promised to decorate however she wanted. The previous owners had only lived here for about a year before relocating for work, and the house itself was built in 2018, so it wasn't like we were moving into some ancient property with a dark history. I work from home as a software developer, while Sarah teaches at the elementary school where Emma goes. This means I'm alone in the house most weekdays from around 7:30 in the morning until about 4 in the afternoon, except for our 2 golden retrievers, Luna and Daisy. The first incident happened about 3 weeks after we moved in. I was coding in my office, which we'd set up in a corner of the basement, when I heard distinct footsteps upstairs in the kitchen. Not the random creaking of a settling house, actual rhythmic footsteps, like someone walking deliberately across the floor. I assumed maybe Sarah had come home early, so I called out, but got no response. When I went upstairs to check, nobody was there. Both dogs were sleeping in the living room, completely undisturbed. I chalked it up to the house settling, or maybe the dogs had moved earlier, and I'd misinterpreted the sound. But then it happened again the next day, and the day after that. Always around 11 in the morning, always in the kitchen. Sometimes it would just be a few steps. Other times it would sound like someone was pacing back and forth. I started taking my coffee breaks around that time, just so I could be upstairs when it happened, but oddly, whenever I was actually in the kitchen, I never heard anything. By the 3rd week, the footsteps had become a regular occurrence, but then new sounds started, scratching noises in the walls. At first, I thought we might have mice or squirrels, so I called an exterminator who found absolutely nothing. The scratching continued, sometimes soft, like fingernails gently dragging across drywall, sometimes more frantic and urgent. I didn't tell Sarah or Emma about any of this. Sarah was already stressed about her new position at school, and Emma was just getting comfortable in our new neighborhood. Besides, I still figured there had to be some logical explanation. Then, about 2 months ago, I started seeing things, just quick movements at the edge of my vision, shadows darting around corners or slipping into rooms. I turned my head quickly to catch whatever it was, but there would be nothing there. Once, while working late in my office, I distinctly saw a human-shaped shadow pass behind me, reflected in my computer screen. I spun around so fast my chair nearly tipped over, but the basement was empty except for me. The first time I actually felt physical contact was when I was doing laundry in the basement. I was loading the washing machine when something firmly tapped my shoulder, 3 distinct taps, like someone trying to get my attention. I turned around expecting to see Sarah or Emma, but no one was there. The dogs were both upstairs. I could hear their nails clicking on the hardwood floors above me. That was the first time I felt genuine fear in our house. I finally mentioned some of the strange occurrences to Sarah that night, trying to sound casual about it. She looked concerned, but suggested it might be stress from a project I was working on, or that my imagination was running wild from being alone all day. She didn't dismiss me entirely, but I could tell she wasn't experiencing anything herself. Until Emma came to us one night. It was about 3 weeks ago. We were watching a movie when Emma suddenly said, "I don't want to sleep in my room anymore." When we asked why, she just shrugged and said she didn't feel safe. This was completely out of character for her. She'd been so excited about having the basement bedroom, even helping to pick out the paint colors and decorations. Sarah suggested maybe the dogs could sleep with her to help her feel safer. That's when Emma said something that made my blood run cold. "The dogs don't feel safe down there either." We pressed her for details, but she couldn't or wouldn't explain further. She just kept saying that things feel wrong in her room at night. The next day, we moved her furniture up to the spare bedroom on the main floor. Emma seemed instantly relieved, and I thought maybe whatever was happening would settle down. Instead, it got worse, much worse. With Emma no longer in the basement, it seemed like whatever was down there focused its attention on me. My office became almost unbearable to work in. I constantly felt like I was being watched, and the temperature would suddenly drop for no reason. There were no windows open, no vents nearby, and the HVAC system wasn't running. Just random cold spots that would appear and disappear throughout the day. The dogs' behavior changed dramatically too. They had always been confident, friendly animals, but now they became nervous and jumpy. They refused to go down to the basement, even when called. They would stand at the top of the stairs, whining and backing away if we tried to coax them down. One afternoon, about 2 weeks ago, I was working in the living room instead of my office because the basement had become too unsettling. I heard Luna coming down the hallway from the bedrooms, but instead of her usual trotting, she was crawling low to the ground, her belly almost touching the floor. Her ears were flat against her head, and her eyes, God, her eyes were wide with what I can only describe as pure terror. When she reached me, she pressed against my legs, trembling uncontrollably. I called for Daisy, who didn't come immediately. When she finally appeared at the end of the hallway, she only came about halfway before stopping abruptly. She began growling, something she rarely does, and then just froze. She stood completely rigid, staring fixedly down the hallway behind me. I called her name repeatedly, but it was like she couldn't hear me. She stayed like that for almost 5 minutes, growling intermittently, before finally breaking her gaze and hurrying over to me, shaking just like Luna. I turned to look down the hallway but saw nothing unusual, yet both dogs remained terrified for the rest of the day, following me from room to room and refusing to let me out of their sight. The incidents with the lights started next. Sarah was home when this first happened, which finally gave me some validation. We were in the kitchen making dinner when the lights in the living room, which we had definitely turned off, suddenly came on at full brightness. We both saw it happen. Sarah went to turn them off, assuming it was an electrical issue, but the moment she flipped the switch, the kitchen lights went off instead. When she flipped them back on, the living room lights turned off. It was like something was playing with us. Last week, I ran into our next-door neighbor, Mike, while getting the mail. During our conversation, I carefully brought up whether he'd ever noticed anything strange about the neighborhood. He looked at me for a long moment before asking if we were having problems too. It turns out several homes in our development had experienced unexplainable events. Objects moving on their own, TVs turning on in empty houses, pets acting strangely, or getting locked in rooms that should have been empty. Mike told me that before the development was built, this entire area had been farmland owned by the same family for generations. There were rumors that the original farmhouse, which stood somewhere near the center of our neighborhood, had burned down in the 1970s under suspicious circumstances. He didn't know much more than that, but promised to introduce me to an older resident who might have more information. Yesterday was when everything came to a head. Sarah and Emma had left for school, and I was forcing myself to work in my basement office to meet a deadline. Around 10 in the morning, the scratching in the walls started again, but louder than ever before. It sounded like multiple sets of hands clawing frantically at the inside of the drywall. The dogs began barking upstairs, which they rarely do. I went up to check on them and found them both standing at the basement door, hackles raised, barking and growling at something behind me. When I turned around, I saw nothing, but the temperature around me plummeted so quickly I could see my breath in the air. Something brushed against my back, not a tap this time, but more like fingers dragging slowly down my spine. I spun around and caught a glimpse of what looked like a dark, human-shaped figure at the bottom of the basement stairs. It wasn't solid, more like a void in the shape of a person, darker than the shadows around it. It was there for just a second before it disappeared. I ran back upstairs, my heart pounding, and grabbed the dog's leashes. We spent the rest of the day at a coffee shop until it was time to pick up Emma from school. I couldn't bring myself to tell Sarah what I'd seen. I was afraid she'd think I was having some kind of breakdown. Last night we were all in the living room when every single light in the house turned off simultaneously. Even our phones died at the exact same moment. In the sudden darkness, I heard what sounded like heavy breathing coming from the hallway leading to the basement. Emma started crying, and the dogs began that low, terrified whining again. I fumbled for my flashlight app on my dead phone, forgetting it wouldn't work. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a minute, the lights came back on. Sarah checked the breaker box, but nothing had tripped. Our phones turned back on at the same time, all showing the same notification. A text message from an unknown number that just said, "Basement." I deleted it immediately, trying to convince myself it was some weird glitch or coincidence, but I know it wasn't. It's morning now. Sarah took Emma to school, and I'm home alone again with the dogs. They've been staring at the basement door for the past hour, occasionally growling. I can hear the scratching in the walls getting louder, more insistent. I don't know what to do. I don't know what's in our house or what it wants. All I know is that it's getting stronger, more confident, and I'm terrified of what might happen next. Story 17. I still get chills thinking about that house. It's been 3 years since I left Nevada, and I've never told the full story to anyone outside my family. I guess writing it down might help me process everything that happened there. I was 17 when we moved to Cold Springs in 2016. After years of cramped apartment living in Reno, my parents finally saved enough for a down payment on our first actual house. I remember how excited we all were during the drive to see it the first time, a beautiful 2-story home built just 4 years earlier. My mum kept saying how lucky we were to find such a new house in our price range. The previous owner was this older guy who'd lived there alone. The realtor mentioned he was moving to be closer to his church or something. Seemed normal enough during the closing, though he kept talking about how blessed the house was and how we should maintain its purity. My parents just nodded politely. We should have taken the first red flag more seriously. The day after we moved in, I woke up to find the previous owner's beat-up Chevy parked in our driveway. The guy was just sitting there staring at the house. When my dad approached him, he claimed he was praying for the house's protection. My dad told him to leave, but he kept coming back every morning for nearly a week. It got to the point where my dad finally grabbed his pistol, which he kept locked in a safe, walked outside, and told the guy if he showed up again, he'd call the police. That finally worked. The second red flag came during our internet installation. The tech needed to access the attic crawl space to run some cables. I was helping him, holding the flashlight while he worked. That's when he froze and pointed his light toward one of the rafters. "What the hell is that?" he whispered. There, nailed to the wooden beam, was a pair of women's underwear. Not new ones either. They were clearly used. The tech immediately backed out, saying he needed to report this. My parents called the police, who came and collected the underwear. They searched the rest of the attic, but found nothing else suspicious. The officer suggested the previous owner might have had unusual habits, but said there wasn't evidence of any crime. My parents tried to laugh it off as the weird quirk of the previous religious guy, but I could tell they were unsettled. Still, we'd spent our savings on this house. We couldn't just leave. For the first few months, everything was normal. I started my senior year at the new high school, made some friends, and we settled into a routine. Then the small things started happening. First, it was just kitchen cabinets being open when we were sure we'd closed them. My mom blamed my dad blamed me, I blamed my younger sister. We all denied it. Then came the footsteps. Light but distinct steps in the hallway when nobody was there. I'd be in my room doing homework, and hear someone walking past my door, but when I'd check, the hallway would be empty. The bathroom became the center of the weirdest occurrences. We'd hear footsteps in there when nobody was using it. Most disturbing was this low moaning sound that seemed to come from the bathroom vent. It wasn't constant. We'd go days without hearing it. Then suddenly at random times, day or night, this sound like someone in pain would drift through the vent. My dad checked the ventilation system multiple times, but found nothing wrong. My parents tried to rationalize everything. New house settling sounds, wind in the vents, overactive imaginations, but I could see the worry in their eyes, especially when they thought we kids weren't looking. The night everything escalated, I was home alone. My parents had taken my sister to her friend's birthday sleepover, then went out for dinner. It was around 9 in the evening, and I was in my room playing video games with my headphones on. When I took them off to grab a snack, I heard noises coming from the kitchen, like someone opening and closing drawers. My first thought was burglars. We'd had a break-in 2 houses down just the month before. Heart-pounding, I remembered my dad's gun safe. He'd shown me the combination just in case, though he never expected me to need it. I quietly opened the safe, took out the pistol, and checked that it was loaded like he'd taught me. I crept down the hallway toward the kitchen, trying to control my breathing. The house was completely dark, except for the light from my bedroom behind me. I reached the kitchen and flipped on the light switch. Empty. But the cabinet under the sink was wide open, and so was one of the drawers. I checked the front and back doors, both locked from the inside, all windows secure. I was definitely alone in the house, yet something had been moving around in the kitchen. As I headed back to my room, gun still in hand, that's when I saw her. At the end of the hallway, standing perfectly still, was a woman. She wore what looked like a simple white dress that reached her ankles. Her dark hair hung down past her shoulders. She was just standing there, facing me, about 20 feet away. I froze. My mind couldn't process what I was seeing. A stranger in our house, but how? Everything was locked. "Who are you?" I managed to say, my voice cracking. She didn't respond. She just turned slowly and walked toward the laundry room at the end of the hall. "Hey!" I called out, raising the gun slightly, though my hands were shaking. "Stop, or I'm calling the police." I followed her to the laundry room, which was barely more than a closet with our washer and dryer. When I turned on the light, the room was empty, completely empty. There was nowhere she could have gone. No doors except the one I'd just come through, no access to the attic, no windows large enough for anyone to fit through. She had simply vanished. I searched the entire house again, checking every closet and under every bed, the gun clutched in my sweaty hand. Nothing. When my parents came home, I told them everything. They could see how shaken I was and actually believed me, though my dad suggested it might have been a vivid hallucination brought on by fear after hearing the kitchen noises. But I knew what I'd seen, and it wasn't the last time. Over the next few months, I saw her 3 more times, always in the hallway, always at night, always when I was alone or the only one awake. She never spoke or made any threatening moves. She would just stand there watching before walking away and disappearing. My family started to worry about my mental health. My grades were slipping because I couldn't sleep. I'd stay up until exhaustion forced my eyes closed, terrified of seeing her again. My parents even took me to a therapist who suggested it might be stress from the move and changing schools. She prescribed some anti-anxiety medication, but I rarely took it. I wasn't crazy. There was something in our house. The bathroom noises continued and even intensified. The moaning from the vent became more frequent, sometimes accompanied by what sounded like sobbing. My sister refused to use that bathroom anymore, using our parents' ensuite instead. It all came to a head one night in December. Everyone was asleep except me. I was up late studying for finals when I heard footsteps in the hallway. I knew without looking that it was her. Instead of hiding or ignoring it like usual, something in me snapped. I was tired of being afraid in my own home. I flung open my bedroom door, and there she was at the end of the hallway, just as I expected. This time, instead of freezing, I charged toward her. "Get out!" I shouted, running straight at her. "You don't belong here. Leave us alone." As I got within a few feet of her, she vanished, not like she ran away or faded gradually. She was simply there 1 second and gone the next. The air where she had stood felt ice cold when I reached it. I stood in that hallway, breathing hard, and continued to yell at the empty space. "This is our house now. You're not welcome here anymore. Leave us alone." My parents came running out of their room, thinking I'd lost my mind. When I explained what happened, my dad actually went around the house with me, repeating my demands that whatever spirit or entity was there needed to leave. The strangest part? It worked, at least partially. After that night, I never saw the woman again. The footsteps in the hallway stopped. The bathroom still occasionally had issues. We'd hear that moaning maybe once every couple of weeks, but even that decreased. About a week after my confrontation, the bathroom noises stopped completely. We lived in that house until 2020, when I finished community college and decided to move east for university. My parents sold the house and moved to Arizona to be closer to my grandparents. As far as I know, the new owners haven't reported anything strange. To this day, I wonder about the connection between that woman I saw and the underwear nailed in the attic. Was she the victim of something terrible? Was the previous owner involved somehow? The police never followed up on the underwear incident, saying there wasn't enough evidence of a crime. Sometimes I still have nightmares about her standing at the end of a dark hallway, watching me. I've researched the history of the land before our house was built, tried to find records of missing women in the area, but came up empty. Whatever happened in that house, or whatever was attached to it, remains a mystery that occasionally keeps me up at night, even 3 years later and thousands of miles away. I just know what I experienced was real, and I hope she found peace, wherever she is now. Story 18. I've always been fascinated by the paranormal. My friend Jess and I had been watching those ghost hunting shows for years, and we finally saved up enough to buy our own equipment a few months ago. Nothing fancy, just a basic EMF detector and a spirit box. We'd been exploring abandoned places around our area for weeks with no real results. Just static, false readings, and us freaking ourselves out over nothing. That changed last weekend. I'm still having trouble sleeping when I think about what happened at that hut in Pine Harbor. It's a small coastal town about 45 minutes from where we live. There had been rumors about an abandoned property deep in the forest that was supposedly haunted. Some local kids had gone there on dares, and a few claimed they'd heard voices or felt cold spots. I'd broken my arm skateboarding 3 weeks earlier, so I was still in a cast, which made the whole adventure a bit more challenging. But I didn't want to wait 6 more weeks until it healed. Jess drove us out there on Saturday afternoon. We planned to arrive around 6, giving us plenty of daylight to find the place, but allowing us to investigate as the sun set. Supposedly the best time for paranormal activity. We parked on a dirt road and hiked about 20 minutes into the woods. The property was surrounded by a chain-link fence with no trespassing signs posted every few yards. Most of the fence was intact, but we found a section that had been cut open, probably by other trespassers. The opening was barely big enough to squeeze through, and I had to be extra careful with my cast. The hut was smaller than I expected, maybe the size of 3 family cars put together. It looked like it had once been someone's hunting cabin or weekend getaway. The wooden exterior was weathered grey, with patches of moss growing up one side. One of the windows was broken, and the front door hung crooked on its hinges. "This is perfect," Jess whispered, even though there was no one around to hear us. "Looks creepy as hell." I nodded, feeling that familiar mix of excitement and apprehension. We pushed the door open, wincing at the loud creak. The inside was a single room, with a small kitchenette in one corner, a rusted metal bed frame in another, and an ancient wood stove in the center. There was junk everywhere, broken furniture, old magazines, empty cans and bottles. "Let's see what we can find out about this place," I said, carefully stepping over debris. We started looking through the papers scattered around. Most were water-damaged and unreadable, but we found some newspapers dated 2001. There were also some utility bills addressed to Peter Harmon. "So this place has been abandoned for over 20 years, Jess said, shining her flashlight around. "And we know the owner's name was Peter." It was around 7 when we set up our equipment. The sun was starting to set, casting long shadows through the broken window. I turned on the EMF detector while Jess set up the spirit box. Almost immediately, the EMF detector lit up. The reading jumped from green to yellow to red within seconds. "Holy shit," I whispered. "We've never gotten readings like this before." Jess switched on the spirit box. For those who don't know, a spirit box cycles through radio frequencies rapidly, creating white noise that spirits can supposedly manipulate to form words. Usually, we just get static or random radio snippets. Not this time. "Is anyone here with us?" Jess asked. Through the static, a distinct male voice said, "Yes." My skin prickled. We'd never gotten such a clear response before. "Can you tell us your name?" I asked, my voice shaking slightly. "Peter," came the reply. Jess and I looked at each other, wide-eyed. We hadn't said Peter's name out loud since finding it on those bills. "Did you live here, Peter?" Jess continued. "Yes." We asked more questions, and each time we got short but clear responses through the static. Peter had lived alone. He'd been dead for many years. He wasn't at rest. We were about 30 minutes into our session when I heard something outside, the unmistakable sound of footsteps crunching on leaves and twigs. "Did you hear that?" I whispered to Jess. She nodded, looking nervous. Probably just an animal. But the footsteps sounded too heavy, too deliberate to be an animal. They circled around the hut, pausing occasionally. "Peter," I said to the spirit box, my heart pounding, "is someone outside?" "Yes." Is it another spirit?" "No." Jess and I exchanged glances. "Is it a living person?" she asked. "Yes." The footsteps continued circling the hut. I could hear branches snapping. "Peter, is this person dangerous?" I asked, my mouth dry. There was a pause, and then, "Yes." My stomach dropped. "Do they want to hurt us?" "Yes." Jess grabbed my arm. "This is freaking me out, Sarah." "Is there a reason they want to hurt us?" I asked. "No reason? Do they have a weapon?" "Yes." "What kind of weapon?" Jess asked. The box crackled, and then we heard, "Knife, big." I felt sick. "Should we leave now?" "Leave now," the voice confirmed immediately. "Danger." That was enough for us. We quickly packed up our equipment, hands shaking. The footsteps outside had stopped, which somehow felt even more threatening. "What if they're waiting by the door?" Jess whispered. I pointed to the broken window. "We can go through there." We climbed out as quietly as possible. The sun had almost completely set, and the forest was getting dark. We crept around the side of the hut, heading toward the hole in the fence where we'd entered. We were almost there when we saw him, a heavy-set man in his 50s, wearing dirty jeans and a flannel shirt. He had a large dog with him, some kind of shepherd mix that growled when it saw us. The man was standing right by our exit point in the fence. "What the hell are you kids doing on my property?" he demanded, his voice rough. Jess stepped forward, always the braver one. "We're sorry, sir. We didn't know anyone owned this place. It looks abandoned." "That don't give you the right to trespass," he said, moving closer. The dog kept growling, straining against its leash. "We're leaving now," I said. "We didn't take anything or damage anything." The man's expression changed then, his eyes narrowing. "You broke my fence to get in here." "That was already broken," Jess protested. We just squeezed through. He didn't seem to hear her. He reached behind his back and pulled out what I first thought was a large knife. It wasn't. It was a machete, its blade catching the last rays of sunlight. "I'm sick of you kids coming around here," he snarled, gesturing with the machete. "Maybe I need to teach you a lesson about respecting private property." My heart was hammering so hard I could barely hear. Every word from the spirit box was playing in my head. Dangerous, weapon, leave now. "Please," I said, unconsciously holding up my casted arm like it would protect me. "We're really sorry. We're just stupid teenagers who made a mistake." "You know what happens to trespassers?" he asked, taking another step toward us. "They don't always make it home." "We won't come back," Jess promised, her voice trembling. "We won't tell anyone about this place." The man looked at us for a long moment, then at my broken arm. "You two are going to come back tomorrow and fix my fence, the part you broke." "But I can't," I said, raising my cast. "My arm is broken." "Not my problem," he snapped. "Be back here at noon tomorrow with wire cutters and pliers, or I'll come looking for you. I know what your car looks like." He reluctantly stepped aside, allowing us to squeeze through the hole in the fence. As we hurried past, he called after us, "And if you go to the cops, you'll regret it. Trespassing's a crime too." We ran through the woods, stumbling over roots and branches in the growing darkness. I fell twice, jarring my broken arm and bringing tears to my eyes, but fear kept me moving. We didn't stop running until we reached Jess's car. Once inside, we locked the doors and sat there, panting and shaking. Jess started the engine and pulled away as fast as she could on the dirt road. "Holy shit," she kept saying. "Holy shit." We didn't go back the next day. We didn't report it to the police either, partly because we had been trespassing, but mostly because we were terrified of that man finding us. We drove home to our college town and haven't returned to Pine Harbor since. But here's the thing I can't stop thinking about. Everything the spirit told us was true. There was someone outside. They were dangerous. They had a weapon, a machete, which could definitely be described as a big knife. They wanted to hurt us, for no particular reason other than us being on their property. If we hadn't asked those questions, if we hadn't listened to the warning to leave right then, we might have stayed longer. We might have encountered that man inside the small hut where we'd have been trapped, or we might have run into him in complete darkness with no way to see the machete coming. I don't know if I believe in ghosts or spirits. I don't know if what we communicated with was really Peter, the former owner of that hut. But something warned us, something that knew exactly what was happening outside when we couldn't possibly have known. It's been a week, and I still wake up in the middle of the night, hearing that static-filled voice saying danger and seeing the gleam of that machete. I don't think I'll ever go ghost hunting again, but I'm grateful to whatever, or whoever, was in that hut with us. I think they saved our lives. Sometimes I wonder about the connection between the man and the hut. Was it really his property, or was he just some dangerous person who hangs around there? Did he have something to do with what happened to Peter? I'll never know. I'm just glad we made it out of those woods. Story 19. I've been terrified of my grandmother's basement for as long as I can remember. I'm not talking about the normal kind of scared that kids get about dark places. This is something else entirely. My parents and I moved in with my grandmother when I was 6, after my grandfather passed away. It's a nice house in Willow Ridge. You know, one of those small towns where everyone knows everyone. The kind of place that looks perfect on the surface. But from day one, something felt wrong in that basement. The first time I went down there, I felt it immediately. This heavy, oppressive weight that seemed to push down on my chest, making it hard to breathe. It was like walking through thick mud, but the mud was in the air all around me. I remember running back up those stairs so fast I nearly tripped. My mum laughed and said I was just being a scaredy cat. But it wasn't normal fear. I've always been sensitive to things others can't feel. An empath, I guess you could say. My family would roll their eyes whenever I'd mention feeling something off about a place or person, but they couldn't deny I was usually right. With the basement, they never believed me. My grandmother would send me down there to grab preserves or Christmas decorations, and I'd sprint down, grab whatever she needed and race back up, heart pounding. The feeling was always the same, like something was watching me, waiting for me to let my guard down. When I was 12, my Aunt Julie got divorced and moved in temporarily with her daughter Megan, who was around my age. We shared my room, which meant less space for my stuff. Grandma suggested we move some of my things to the basement, where there was plenty of room. I tried to protest, but how do you explain to adults that there's something evil down there when they already think you're being dramatic? So my stuff went into the basement, which meant I had to go down there more often with Megan. I figured having someone with me might make it better. It didn't. If anything, the presence seemed to grow stronger, more aware. Sometimes I'd catch Megan looking over her shoulder, like she'd heard something, but she never said anything. One afternoon, we were digging through a box of my old toys when I felt the air grow colder around us. The lights flickered, just once, barely noticeable, but I saw Megan shiver. "It's freezing down here," she whispered. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. That's when we both heard it, a soft scraping sound from the far corner of the basement, behind the old water heater. Megan thought it was mice. I knew better. We left everything scattered on the floor and went upstairs. I never went back down there with her again. After they moved out a few months later, I avoided the basement completely. I'd make excuses, pretend I was busy, or just flat out refuse when Grandma asked me to get something from down there. My parents thought I was being lazy, but I couldn't explain the absolute dread I felt at the thought of those stairs. When I was 14, I finally told my friend Tasha about the basement. Unlike my family, she didn't laugh it off. Her mom was into spiritual stuff, and Tasha suggested the basement might be haunted. She gave me a bundle of sage her mom had and told me to burn it down there to cleanse the space. I waited until everyone was out of the house one Saturday, gathered all my courage, and went down with the sage and a lighter. The moment my foot hit the bottom step, the feeling crashed over me like a wave, stronger than ever before. The air felt thick, almost solid, and so cold my breath came out in visible puffs, even though it was summer. I lit the sage with shaking hands and started the cleansing ritual Tasha had described. I made it about halfway through the basement when all the lights went out. Not flickered, went completely dark. I dropped everything and ran, convinced that if I didn't get out that second, I never would. The lights came back on as soon as I reached the top of the stairs. My parents blamed old wiring when they got home. I knew better. For years after that, I refused to go down there alone. If something absolutely had to be retrieved, I'd stand at the top of the stairs while someone else went down. My family thought I was being ridiculous, but they humored me. Fast forward to when I was 22, I was staying at Grandma's house while she visited my aunt for a week. My boyfriend Mark was over, and we were watching a movie in the living room when we heard a massive crash from somewhere in the house. It sounded like someone had thrown a shelf full of glass onto the floor. Mark immediately went into protective mode. "What was that? Is someone in the house?" He grabbed a baseball bat from the closet, my grandfather's old Louisville Slugger, and we checked every room except the basement. I couldn't bring myself to tell him about my fears. He would have thought I was crazy. We found nothing disturbed anywhere. No broken glass, no fallen shelves, nothing out of place. Mark was confused, but eventually chalked it up to something falling outside, or maybe a neighbor's house. I didn't sleep that night. When Grandma came home a few days later, she asked me to help her bring up some old photo albums from the basement. I couldn't refuse with her standing right there, so I followed her down the steps, staying as close to her as possible without being obvious. The basement looked the same as always, dimly lit, with that strange J shape that wrapped around the furnace room. But something felt different. The heaviness in the air seemed more concentrated, more purposeful somehow. As we rounded the corner to where the boxes of photos were stored, Grandma stopped, suddenly. "What in the world?" she muttered. A cardboard box that had contained my grandfather's old VHS tapes was completely empty. Its contents scattered violently across the floor. Tapes were everywhere, some as far as 15 feet from the box, some standing on end as if placed deliberately. One was even balanced precariously on top of the hot water heater. "Must have been mice," Grandma said, but I could tell she didn't believe it. Mice don't throw things. Mice don't balance tapes on edge. That was the crash we'd heard. But why had it waited until Grandma returned to show itself? It was like it wanted her to see what it could do. I avoided the basement even more stringently after that. Months passed without me setting foot down there. Then last summer, Grandma asked me to grab some canning jars she needed. Everyone else was busy, and I couldn't think of an excuse fast enough. The moment I started down those stairs, I knew something was different. The air felt charged, like before a lightning storm. The heaviness was still there, but now it felt almost excited. I hurried to the shelves where Grandma kept her canning supplies, grabbed the box of jars, and turned to leave. That's when it happened. My body just stopped responding to me. I stood there, frozen, as my free hand reached into my pocket and pulled out my phone. I watched in horror as my fingers, my own fingers that I couldn't control, opened the App Store and began typing "Spirit Box" in the search bar. I was screaming inside my head, but my body wasn't mine anymore. It felt like being trapped behind my own eyes, watching someone else use my hands. The entity, whatever it was, wanted to communicate. It wanted a voice. With every ounce of willpower I possessed, I fought back. I don't know how I did it, but I somehow managed to drop my phone. The spell broke instantly, and I ran up those stairs faster than I ever had before, leaving the jars and my phone behind. My grandma found me in the kitchen, white as a sheet and shaking. I told her I'd felt dizzy and must have dropped everything. She sent my dad down to get the stuff, and I watched him go with absolute terror. He came back up a few minutes later, completely fine, with both the jars and my phone. That night, I couldn't sleep. Whatever was down there had tried to use me. It had gotten stronger, more capable, and it terrified me. 2 weeks ago, I finally convinced 2 friends to come with me to the basement. Katie is an empath like me, and Josh is the biggest skeptic I know. I figured if Josh felt something too, then I'd know for sure I wasn't crazy. The 3 of us went down together in the middle of the day. Katie felt it immediately. She grabbed my arm at the bottom of the stairs and whispered, "Oh my God, you weren't exaggerating." Even Josh looked uncomfortable, rubbing his arms like he was cold, though it was 80 degrees outside. We walked through the basement slowly, with me pointing out where different things had happened. As we moved through the J-shaped space, I could feel it following us, circling around behind us no matter which way we turned. Katie kept looking over her shoulder, and Josh had stopped making jokes. When we reached the far corner, where the VHS tapes had been scattered, the temperature dropped so suddenly that Josh actually gasped. "What the fuck was that?" he whispered. Before I could answer, we all heard it. 3 distinct taps on the water heater, like knuckles on metal. We left immediately. Josh, who had been making fun of my ghost stories for years, was completely silent on the way out. The next day, he called to tell me he'd had nightmares about something following him out of that basement. He refused to ever go back. Now my aunt and her kids are moving back in with Grandma. Her youngest is only 4. I'm terrified for them, especially after what happened with the phone. If this thing can reach out and control someone, what else can it do? What if it tries to use one of the kids? I've tried to warn my aunt, but she thinks I'm just trying to scare her children with ghost stories. My grandmother dismisses it as an overactive imagination. They don't understand that this isn't just about feeling scared. This is about something that has shown it can affect people even after they've left the basement. Last night I dreamed I was standing at the bottom of those stairs again, but this time I wasn't alone. Something was standing behind me, so close I could feel its breath on my neck. A voice whispered in my ear, "I've been waiting for you to come back. I woke up drenched in sweat with the absolute certainty that whatever is in that basement is getting impatient. I don't know what to do. Nobody believes me, and I'm afraid of what might happen if this thing decides it's tired of waiting. All I know is that there's something in my grandmother's basement, something that's been there for years, watching and waiting, and I think it's getting ready to do more than just watch. Story 20. I still don't know what to make of what happened last month. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head, and I just can't explain it. I'm hoping writing it down might help me process it. Or maybe someone here has experienced something similar. For context, I had heart surgery 3 weeks before this happened. Nothing super serious. They fixed a small hole in my heart that had gone undetected until I started having some weird symptoms last year. The recovery was going well, but I was still on strict orders to take it easy. That day, my husband Tom and the kids had gone to visit his parents about 40 minutes away. I was supposed to go too, but I woke up feeling extra tired, so we decided I should stay home and rest. In hindsight, maybe I should have gone with them. It was around 2 in the afternoon. I was on the couch, half watching some home renovation show and scrolling through my phone when I heard something on our front porch. At first, I thought it was the mail carrier, or maybe a package delivery, but the sound was odd. Not quite footsteps, more like something being dragged. Then came a distinct knock on our glass screen door. I muted the TV and listened. Another knock. It wasn't aggressive or anything, just deliberate. 2 clear taps. We live in Briarwood, a small town where everybody knows everybody, so I wasn't particularly worried about answering the door. I figured it was probably Mrs. Wilson from next door checking in on me again. I made my way to the door, still moving a bit slowly from the surgery. Through the glass, I expected to see a person standing there, but my eyes landed on nothing, at least not at eye level. I had to look down to see it. A turtle, and not just any turtle, but the biggest one I'd ever seen outside of a zoo. It looked like an alligator snapping turtle, with a shell probably 18 inches across and these thick, fat legs that seemed to carry the weight of the world. Its skin was mottled and wrinkled, giving it this ancient appearance. The weirdest part, it was up on our porch, which has 3 steps leading up to it. How the hell did a turtle climb stairs? As I stood there staring, the turtle stretched its neck up toward the door and actually knocked again. I swear to God, it raised one of its front legs and tapped the glass twice, just like a person would. I was so shocked, I just froze. Then the turtle made eye contact with me, direct eye contact, and something about its gaze felt intelligent, aware, like it knew exactly who I was and why it was there. Then it just collapsed. Legs splayed out, head down on the porch. For a second I thought it had died right there, and I panicked. I may not know much about turtles, but I couldn't just let an animal die on my porch. I opened the inner door, but hesitated at the screen door, because the turtle was right against it. I didn't want to hurt it by pushing the door into it. After a moment's thought, I grabbed a large cup from the kitchen, filled it with water and returned to the door. Carefully, I opened the screen door just enough to pour some water onto the turtle and the porch around it. As soon as the water touched it, the turtle's eyes opened. It blinked slowly, its chest expanding as it took a deep breath. Then it looked up at me again with those eerily intelligent eyes. I backed up a bit, and the turtle seemed to revive completely. It pulled itself up and, I'm not making this up, it knocked on the glass again, 3 taps this time, more insistent. "What do you want?" I asked, feeling stupid for talking to a turtle. But something about this felt so strange, like there was more going on than just a random animal on my porch. The turtle stretched its neck, peering into my house. It moved its head from side to side, as if trying to see past me, then placed one of its front legs flat against the glass of the screen door. I don't know what possessed me, but I put my hand up against the glass where its leg was. The turtle didn't move, just kept staring at me. A chill ran down my spine. After a few seconds, I backed away and closed the inner door, leaving just the screen between us. The turtle stayed there, its legs still pressed against the door as if it was trying to reach me. I watched through the window as it slowly lowered its leg and began what looked like a methodical inspection of my porch. It moved to each corner, stretching up to look at the railing, the light fixture, even the welcome mat. Its movements were too purposeful to be random wandering. I called Tom to tell him what was happening, but it went to voicemail. I took a picture of the turtle through the window, but when I looked at my phone, the image was just a dark blur. I tried again with the same result, even though the lighting was perfectly fine. After about 20 minutes of this bizarre behavior, I needed to use the bathroom. I hesitated to leave the window, but nature called. When I came back less than 2 minutes later, I heard another knock at the door. I rushed to the window, but the turtle was gone. Completely gone. I opened both doors and stepped onto the porch. I looked down the steps, around the bushes, everywhere a turtle that size could possibly be. Nothing. It had vanished. This made no sense. Turtles don't move fast, especially ones that big. There's no way it could have gotten far enough in 2 minutes that I couldn't see it somewhere in our yard. And our yard is pretty open. Not many places for a massive turtle to hide. I walked around the entire house, checking under bushes and behind the few trees we have. I even checked under both cars in the driveway. No turtle, no sign it had ever been there. When Tom and the kids got home a few hours later, I told them everything. Tom looked at me like I was either joking or had maybe taken too much pain medication. The kids thought it was cool and immediately wanted to search for the magic turtle. We all went outside again, combing the yard and even checking the neighbors' properties. We found nothing, but then my 8-year-old daughter Emma called us over to the porch. "Look," she said, pointing at the wooden boards. There were scratch marks, distinct claw marks, in 4 specific spots, the 2 front corners of the porch near the door and by the steps. They formed an almost perfect rectangle, like something had been marking territory or, I don't know, measuring something. Tom said it was probably just normal wear and tear, but I know our porch. Those marks hadn't been there before. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about how the turtle had knocked, how it had looked at me, how it had seemed to be inspecting our house, and most of all, how it had disappeared so completely. The next morning, I half expected to find it on the porch again, but there was nothing. I even went to our local nature center to ask about alligator snapping turtles in the area. The ranger told me they're extremely rare around here, and certainly not known to venture into residential areas or climb stairs. It's been weeks now, and I haven't seen the turtle again. My recovery has gone well, better than expected, actually. Sometimes I wonder if the turtle was checking on me somehow, maybe testing me after my surgery. I know that sounds crazy, but the way it looked at me, it felt like it knew me. I've researched turtles in mythology and found they symbolize longevity, wisdom, and protection in many cultures. Some Native American stories even describe spirit animals that take physical form to deliver messages or protection. Was it just a thirsty turtle that somehow found its way to my porch and then left? That doesn't explain how it climbed the stairs, knocked deliberately, or disappeared so quickly, or why my phone couldn't capture its image. Sometimes I sit on the porch, hoping it might come back so I can get some answers. The claw marks are still there. Tom tried sanding them out, but they somehow reappeared the next day, which freaked us both out so much we haven't talked about it since. I don't know what visited me that day. Part of me wants to believe it was just a weird coincidence, a random turtle behaving strangely, but deep down, I feel like something chose to appear to me in that form for reasons I still don't understand. Whatever it was, it came, it saw me, and it left without explanation. And sometimes late at night when I can't sleep, I swear I can hear the faint sound of something dragging itself across our porch, followed by 2 gentle knocks on the glass. Story 21. I've been holding this in for too long. I need to get this off my chest. Even if no one believes me, I don't care anymore. I just need someone to hear what happened to me that night. This happened last winter, around late January. I make this drive every Thursday night after finishing my late shift at the warehouse in the next town over. It's about an hour and a half from where I live in Ravenwood Valley. Most people think Ravenwood is pretty, with all its forests and the river running through it. But when you've lived here your whole life like I have, you know there's something off about this place. The locals have stories they don't share with outsiders. Anyway, that night was especially cold. We'd had freezing temperatures for about a week, and there was this weird mist hanging over everything. Not quite fog, more like the air itself was frozen and hanging there. I was driving my 2008 Honda Civic. Nothing fancy, but it's reliable and good on gas. The heater was cranked all the way up, but I could still see my breath. That's how cold it was. The roads were completely empty, which wasn't unusual for 12:30 in the morning. I remember checking the time on my dashboard and thinking I'd be home by 1:15 if I kept my pace. I was doing about 90 to 100 on the straights, slowing down for the curves. I know that's over the speed limit, but when you've driven the same road hundreds of times and there's never anyone else around, you get comfortable. As I approached Blackwater Bridge, I started to slow down, like I always do. The bridge crosses over the deepest part of the river, and in winter, there's always this thick fog that rises up from the water. You can't see more than 10 feet in front of you sometimes. I'd slowed down to exactly 38 kilometers per hour. I remember the number precisely because I was watching my speedometer carefully, making sure I wasn't going too fast for the conditions. That's when I saw her. On the right side of the bridge, just at the entrance, stood a woman. She was completely still, the way a statue. Even with my headlights on her, I couldn't make out her face clearly, but I could see she was wearing all white. Not like a wedding dress or anything, just plain white clothes, a long dress or maybe a nightgown. Her hair was dark, hanging down around her shoulders. Here's where things get messed up. I had absolutely zero intention of stopping. None. I've heard all the stories about picking up hitchhikers, especially at night. My dad drilled that into me since I was a kid, but as I got closer to her, my car just stopped. The engine was still running, but it was like someone had slammed on the brakes. I hadn't touched the brake pedal, I swear to God. I sat there, gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles were white, trying to figure out what the hell was happening. I pressed the gas pedal, but nothing happened. The car wouldn't move. The woman was now about 15 feet from my driver's side window, still completely motionless. That's when I noticed she was holding something. In the glow of my headlights, I could see it was a child, a small child, maybe 2 or 3 years old, wrapped in what looked like a blanket or shawl. The woman was cradling it against her chest. I don't know why, and this is what still freaks me out the most, but I felt this overwhelming urge to roll down my window and talk to her. It wasn't curiosity, it wasn't compassion. It was like something was pushing me to do it, like my body wasn't my own anymore. I remember physically fighting against my own hand as it moved toward the window control. My window rolled down and the freezing air rushed in. I called out, "Do you need a ride?" My voice didn't even sound like mine. It was flat, emotionless, like I was reading from a script. She didn't answer. She just slowly raised one arm and pointed down toward the river below the bridge. Her movements were stiff, unnatural, and her face. I still couldn't see it clearly, but there was something wrong with it. It was too pale, too still, like a mask. Then she shifted the child in her arms, and I got a clear look at its face. Jesus Christ, I can barely type this. The child's face was red, not flushed red like it was cold or had been crying. It was bright, unnatural red, the color of fresh blood. Its entire face was this uniform, glossy red like it had been dipped in paint or something worse. And its eyes, They were open, looking right at me, but they weren't a child's eyes. They were completely black with no whites at all. Something in my head just snapped. It was like waking up from a nightmare. Suddenly I could think clearly again, and everything in me was screaming to get the fuck out of there. I remembered something my grandmother used to say about evil spirits. She was really superstitious, always talking about the old country and their ways of dealing with supernatural stuff. She said, if you ever encounter something that doesn't feel right, spit at it. The act breaks whatever hold it has on you. So I did. I spat out the window in their direction and shouted, "Get away from me!" The moment I did, it felt like whatever invisible grip had been holding my car in place suddenly released. I slammed my foot on the accelerator so hard the tires squealed and the car lurched forward. I didn't look back. Not in the mirrors, not over my shoulder. Nothing could have made me look back at that woman and her thing. I just drove, pushing my poor car to its limits. The speedometer was hitting 130 as I tore across the rest of the bridge and down the road toward town. When I finally got home, I was shaking so badly I could hardly get my key in the door. I went straight to the bathroom and threw up. Then I sat on the floor with my back against the tub for what felt like hours, trying to convince myself I had hallucinated the whole thing. Maybe I was more tired than I thought. Maybe it was the fog playing tricks on my eyes, but I know what I saw and I know what I felt. Something stopped my car on that bridge. Something made me roll down my window and speak to that woman. Something was controlling me, even if just for a minute or two. I called in sick the next day. I couldn't face driving anywhere, especially not back across that bridge. When I finally did go back to work, I took the long way around, an extra 45 minutes of driving just to avoid Blackwater Bridge. I still do. I've spent months trying to find any explanation for what happened. I've researched local legends, checked news archives for drownings or accidents at the bridge, even looked into the history of Ravenwood Valley. There's plenty of old stories. This area has been settled for hundreds of years, and every small town has its ghost stories. But nothing that matches what I saw. The thing that haunts me most is what she was pointing at in the river. What was down there that she wanted me to see, or was she trying to get me to go down there? I've had nightmares where I get out of my car and follow her to the edge of the bridge, looking down into the black water below. In the dreams, I always see faces looking back up at me, dozens of them, pale and drawn, all with the same blood-red children in their arms. I've never told anyone this story before, not my friends, not my family, no one. They'd think I was crazy or that I fell asleep at the wheel and dreamed the whole thing. Maybe that would be easier to believe. But I know what I experienced. Something on that bridge wanted me. Something was able to control my car and even control my body for a few terrifying moments. And sometimes, when I'm driving at night and see fog up ahead, I swear I can feel that same pressure starting to build on the brake pedal, like invisible hands trying to bring me to a stop. I don't drive alone at night anymore if I can help it. I've started carpooling with a guy from work. I told him it's to save gas money. But really, it's because I'm afraid of what might be waiting for me on Blackwater Bridge if I'm alone again. I still don't know what would have happened if I hadn't broken free of whatever trance I was in. Would I have gotten out of my car? Would I have followed her down to the river? Would I have ended up as just another local ghost story? The guy who disappeared one winter night, his car found empty on Blackwater Bridge. I don't have any answers. Just this gnawing fear that whatever it was, it's still out there, still waiting. And that someday I might see that woman in white again, still holding her blood-faced child, still pointing down into the dark water below. Story 22. I never really believed in ghosts or anything paranormal growing up. My family would always talk about weird stuff happening in our house. My mum swore she saw a man in Victorian clothing in the hallway once. My dad claimed he'd felt someone sit on the bed when he was alone. And my sister was convinced her toys would move around at night. I always laughed it off. I was the skeptic, the rational one, always coming up with logical explanations for their ghost stories. That was until I was 16. Our house in rural England was this narrow, three-story terraced place. It was built in the late 1800s, all creaky floorboards and drafty corners. The stairs were steep and wound up through the center of the house. My bedroom was on the top floor, right at the end of the hallway. I remember it was a Tuesday night in November. Nothing special about the day. I'd been at school, come home, had dinner with the family, and was heading up to my room to finish some homework. It was around 9 in the evening, dark outside already. As I climbed the stairs to the top floor, the whole hallway suddenly lit up with this intense blue light. And when I say intense, I mean it was blindingly bright, like someone had set off a camera flash, but 100 times brighter and blue. The light seemed to be coming from my bedroom. It filled the entire top floor for maybe 2 seconds, then disappeared. Complete darkness again. My first thought was that maybe there was something electrical, a power surge or something. But the house lights hadn't flickered, and there was no sound. I stood frozen on the stairs for what felt like ages. Finally, I managed to get myself up to my room, half expecting to find something on fire or my computer exploded or something. But everything was completely normal. Nothing out of place, nothing that could have produced that kind of light. I checked the window, thinking maybe it was lightning, but the sky was clear. I even went outside to see if there were any utility trucks working on the power lines. Nothing. I eventually convinced myself it must have been a car's headlights somehow reflecting in a weird way, even though deep down I knew that made no sense. I didn't tell my family about it because I didn't want to add to their ghost stories. Plus, I still considered myself the rational one. There had to be an explanation, right? About a month after that, my girlfriend at the time, Kate, was staying over. My parents were cool about it. They'd set up the sofa bed in the spare room for her, but we'd sneak into each other's rooms once everyone was asleep. That night, she was in my room. We'd fallen asleep around midnight. I woke up suddenly at around 3 in the morning. It wasn't like a normal waking up. It was like someone had flipped a switch, and I was instantly wide awake. The room was dark except for a bit of streetlight coming through a small gap in my curtains. They didn't quite meet in the middle, leaving maybe a half-inch crack. And that's when I saw them. 2 black eyes, just staring at me through that gap in the curtains. I need to be clear here. These weren't like normal human eyes. They were completely black, no whites at all, and they were fixed right on me. I could feel them watching me. The worst part was that we were on the top floor, and there was no ledge or anything outside my window. Nothing could be standing there. I tried to move, to wake Kate, to do anything, but I couldn't. It was like my entire body was paralyzed. I could still breathe, but each breath got faster and shallower until I was basically hyperventilating. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I don't know how long I stared at those eyes. It could have been seconds or minutes. Time sort of lost meaning. All I know is that suddenly Kate was shaking me, asking if I was okay, saying I was making weird noises in my sleep. When I could finally move again, I launched myself out of bed and yanked the curtains open. There was nothing there, just the dark street below and the houses opposite. Kate thought I'd had a night terror, and I let her believe that. It was easier than trying to explain what I'd seen, especially since I'd always been the one to mock ghost stories. After that night, I convinced myself it had been sleep paralysis. I'd read about it online. The feeling of being unable to move, hallucinations, sense of dread. It made sense. It had to be that. I even got oddly smug about it, thinking I now had a scientific explanation for what people might mistake as paranormal experiences. Life went on. I finished school, went to university, got a job. Kate and I stayed together, and 9 years after that incident, we bought our first house together. It's a modern place, nothing like my parents' old house. No creaky floorboards, no history of previous owners, just a simple 2-bedroom home in a new development about 30 miles from where I grew up. 3 weeks ago, Kate was away visiting her sister. It was my first night alone in the new house. I went to bed around 11, read for a bit, then fell asleep. Again, nothing unusual about the day or evening. I woke up suddenly at 3:12 a.m. I remember because I immediately checked my phone when it happened. That same feeling of being instantly completely awake. Our bedroom curtains are thick blackout ones, but they don't quite meet in the middle either, leaving a small gap. And there they were again. The same black eyes staring at me through the crack in the curtains, exactly the same as 9 years before. Just watching me. The same paralysis hit me. I couldn't move, couldn't call out. Just like before, my breathing became rapid and shallow. I could feel sweat breaking out all over my body, but I couldn't even lift a finger to wipe it away. Then it got worse. A blue light, the exact same impossibly bright blue as I'd seen on the stairs all those years ago, began to fill the room. It seemed to be coming from behind, whatever was watching me through the curtains. The light got brighter and brighter until I could see nothing else, not even those black eyes anymore. I don't know what happened next. The next thing I remember is my alarm going off at 7 a.m. The curtains were exactly as they had been when I went to bed. No sign of anything unusual in the room or outside the window. I called in sick to work that day. I couldn't stop shaking. This wasn't sleep paralysis. It couldn't be. It was exactly the same as what had happened 9 years earlier, down to the smallest detail. The eyes, the blue light, everything. And it happened in a completely different house. A house with no history, no previous occupants. I spent the day researching online, looking for similar experiences. I found plenty of sleep paralysis stories, but none that mentioned the specific combination of the black eyes and the blue light. None that happened years apart in different locations. When Kate came home the next day, I told her everything, not just about that night, but about both incidents. She remembered the night in my parents' house, how she'd found me seemingly having a nightmare. She was worried about me, suggested I see a doctor, but I could tell she didn't really believe it was anything paranormal. I've always been a rational person. I've always believed there's an explanation for everything. But now, I don't know what to think. All I know is that I'm terrified it will happen again. I've ordered those little clothespins to clip the curtains shut, making sure there's not even the smallest gap. I've installed a nightlight, so the room is never completely dark. I've even started recording myself sleeping, hoping to catch something on camera if it happens again, but the worst part is being alone. I can't stand it now. When Kate has to go away for work, I either go with her or stay at a friend's place. I've become exactly like my family members I used to mock, jumping at shadows, imagining things in the dark. The thing is, I'm not imagining this. It happened. Twice now. 9 years apart. Same eyes, same light, same feeling of absolute terror. Last night I woke up at exactly 3:12 again. The clothespins were holding the curtains shut, but I swear I could sense something on the other side trying to look in. I lay there, rigid with fear, waiting for the blue light to start. It didn't come, but I didn't sleep again that night. I don't know what these things are, or what they want with me. I don't know why they came back after 9 years, or if they'll come back again. All I know is that I'm living in constant fear of seeing those black eyes staring at me through a gap in the curtains, waiting for that blue light to fill my room again. I've become the person I used to laugh at. Someone who believes in things that can't be explained, because I've seen them, and once you've seen something like that, you can never unsee it. You can never go back to being the person who thinks there's a logical explanation for everything. Sometimes I think about that 16-year-old me, so sure of himself, so certain that his family was just being dramatic about their ghost stories. I wish I could go back and warn him. Tell him to believe them. Tell him to never leave a gap in his curtains. Tell him that some things can't be explained away, no matter how hard you try. I don't know what's going to happen next. All I know is that I'm afraid of the dark now. Afraid of what might be looking in. Afraid of what might be waiting for me the next time I wake up at 3 in the morning. Story 23. I still can't explain what happened in my childhood home. Even after all these years, I get goosebumps thinking about it. I've moved out now, but my parents still live there. And sometimes I wonder if she is still there too. It all started in the summer of 2005 when I was 14. Like most teenagers, I stayed up way too late on the internet. My parents had this old desktop computer in the den, and I'd spend hours on MySpace and AIM after they went to bed. This one night in July, I was still up at around 2:30 in the morning. The house was completely silent, except for the hum of the computer. I remember feeling that strange quietness you only get in the middle of the night. Not peaceful, but almost heavy. Like the air itself was different. I was about to log off when I caught something in my peripheral vision. When I looked toward my doorway, I swear I saw what looked like a beam of light. Not like a flashlight, more like a glowing silhouette. Just sidestep out of view. It happened so fast, but I'm certain of what I saw. It was like someone peeking in and then quickly moving away when they realized I'd noticed. My blood went cold. I sat there frozen, staring at the empty doorway. I kept telling myself it was nothing. Maybe headlights from a passing car, or my tired eyes playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew it wasn't any of those things. After about 5 minutes of sitting there terrified, I finally worked up the courage to get up. I crept through the hallway to the bathroom, checking every corner along the way. Nothing. The rest of the house was completely still. My parents were asleep in their bedroom at the other end of the hall. I was too scared to go back to my room that night. I grabbed a blanket and slept on the couch in the living room with all the lights on. I didn't tell my parents the next morning. I figured they'd just say I was imagining things or watching too many horror movies. About a week later, I overheard a conversation that made my skin crawl. My parents were in the kitchen, and they didn't know I was listening from the hallway. My dad was telling my mom about something weird that had happened the night before. He said he'd woken up around midnight and saw what he thought was my mom walking into my bedroom. He followed her to ask if everything was okay, but when he got to my room, there was nobody there. The weird part? My mom had been sound asleep in their bed the whole time. I wanted to burst in and tell them about what I'd seen, but something held me back. It was like acknowledging it would make it more real somehow. Plus, I was a teenager. I didn't want my parents thinking I was a scared little kid. Things escalated from there. Our neighbors mentioned seeing a lady sitting under the tree in our front yard when nobody was home. My mum started noticing things going missing, only to reappear in strange places days later. Her favorite necklace vanished from her jewelry box and turned up inside a cereal box in the pantry. My dad's watch disappeared from the nightstand and was found in the mailbox. Then there were the doorknobs. We'd hear them turning in empty rooms, that distinctive click and rattle sound, but no one would be there. At first we blamed the old house settling, but it happened too frequently to ignore. The Christmas incident still freaks me out to this day. We had these old music boxes my mum collected. They were all displayed on a shelf in the living room during the holidays. One evening, we were all watching TV when one of them started playing on its own. Not just for a few notes, the entire melody. My parents and I just stared at each other. None of us was anywhere near it. My dad tried to laugh it off. "Must be the batteries," he said. Except those music boxes didn't have batteries. They were the kind you had to wind up manually. We eventually learned that the previous owner of the house was an elderly woman named Elsie, who had died there. I don't know why, but giving our ghost a name made it less scary somehow. We started calling whatever was happening Elsie's doing. Like when the ceiling fans would start spinning on their own in the middle of winter, my mum would just sigh and say, "Elsie's restless today." For years, things were mostly harmless, weird, unexplainable, but not threatening. I got used to it in a way. I went off to college, came back for holidays, and life went on. The strange occurrences continued, but they became background noise to our lives. Then in 2019, I was staying at my parents' house for a few weeks between apartments. I was 28 by then, too old to be scared of ghosts, or so I thought. I was up late one night playing video games in the basement. Everyone else was asleep. Around 1 in the morning, I felt something hit the back of my leg. Not hard, just a tap. I looked down and nearly had a heart attack. It was a wheel, not just any wheel. It was the broken wheel from my old desk chair from high school. The chair I'd thrown out over a decade ago. The wheel was just sitting there on the floor behind me, like someone had rolled it against my leg. I picked it up with shaking hands. It was dusty, and exactly as I remembered it. The plastic cracked on one side where it had broken off the chair. But that chair had been gone for years. There was no logical explanation for how that wheel could be there. I ran upstairs and slept on the couch again, just like when I was 14. The following weekend, my fiancé came to stay over. My parents were out of town visiting my aunt, so we had the house to ourselves. Around 5:30 in the morning, she shook me awake, her face pale. "Someone just came in the front door," she whispered. I sat up, listening. The house was silent. "I heard the door open and close," she insisted. "And I saw someone." My heart started pounding. "Who? What did they look like?" "I thought it was your mom," she said. "A woman in a white nightgown. She was just standing by the door looking in. I felt like I'd been doused in ice water. My mom's not here. They're not coming back until tomorrow." She gripped my arm. Then who did I see? We checked the house together. All doors were locked from the inside. No one was there. When I called my parents later that day, I casually asked if my mom owned a white nightgown. "No, why would I?" she said. "You know I only wear those pajama sets your dad gets me for Christmas." That's when I finally told her about all the things I'd seen over the years and about what my fiancé had witnessed that morning. There was a long pause on the phone before my mom sighed. "Your sister saw her too, years ago, a lady in white, and so did your aunt when she stayed in the guest room last Thanksgiving. We just didn't want to scare you kids." Apparently the sightings had been happening for years. Different family members had seen the same figure. A woman in white, usually glimpsed for just a moment before disappearing around a corner or through a doorway. I've researched the history of our house extensively since then. Elsie, the previous owner, died in 1998 of natural causes. But here's the thing. In all the photos I found of her, she's never wearing white. She was known for wearing colorful clothes and had red hair. So who is the lady in white? I don't know. All I know is that for over 15 years, something or someone has been sharing our home with us. Opening doors, moving objects, playing music boxes, and occasionally letting herself be seen. I moved out permanently last year. My fiancé refused to stay in that house again, and I can't blame her. But my parents are still there. They say they've made peace with their unseen housemate. Sometimes I wonder if she's attached to the house or to our family. I wonder if someday, years from now, I'll be in my own home and catch a glimpse of a woman in white disappearing around a corner. The thought keeps me up at night. What bothers me most isn't the fear, it's the questions. Who is she? What does she want? Why our family? I'll probably never know. But that wheel from my old chair still sits on my desk in my new apartment. A reminder that some things in this world simply can't be explained. Story 24. I'm 38 now, but I still get goosebumps every December when Christmas decorations start going up. My husband thinks I'm weird about it, but he doesn't know the whole story. Only my sister really understands. What happened that Christmas night when I was 13 changed how I see the holidays forever, and I've never been able to explain it. Growing up in Pine Ridge, Michigan was pretty typical. Small town, everybody knows everybody, harsh winters. That year, though, my parents surprised us with something special. Instead of our usual Christmas at home with snow piled up outside, we were going to spend the holidays at my grandparents' beachfront condo in Florida. I remember being so excited to escape the cold and have Christmas somewhere warm for once. There were 8 of us crammed into that 3-bedroom condo. My parents, my 2 brothers, my sister Kate, and my grandparents. Kate and I shared the smallest bedroom at the end of the hall. It had twin beds with these tacky tropical print comforters and a sliding glass door that led to a small balcony overlooking the beach. I should mention that by 13, I was well past believing in Santa Claus. I'd figured out the truth when I was 9, catching my dad putting presents under the tree. I was that annoying kid who tried to ruin it for other kids too. Santa isn't real, I'd say with that know-it-all attitude only preteens can truly master. My parents would get so mad at me for it. The condo was decorated for Christmas. A small artificial tree in the corner of the living room, some lights strung around the balcony railing, and a few holiday knickknacks my grandma had brought from home. It wasn't anything elaborate, but it felt festive enough. We'd done all the usual Christmas Eve stuff, had a nice dinner, watched holiday movies, and eventually everyone went to bed. Kate fell asleep almost immediately. She was 11 and could sleep through anything. I had a harder time falling asleep in new places, so I just lay there listening to the waves crashing against the shore outside our window. It must have been around midnight when I finally dozed off. I woke up suddenly. The room was pitch black, except for the dim glow of a street lamp filtering through the curtains. I didn't know what had woken me until I heard it again, a soft swoosh sound coming from the hallway. It was so distinctive, like fabric brushing against the walls. Heavy fabric like a Santa suit would make. At first I thought maybe it was my dad or grandpa getting up to use the bathroom, but then I heard something else, a soft thud, like something being set down on the carpet. Then another swoosh and another thud. It kept happening, moving down the hallway toward our room. I remember thinking it had to be my parents putting out presents. That made sense, right? But why would they be doing it in the middle of the night when we were all definitely asleep? And why would they be moving so methodically? Swoosh, thud, like they were stopping at each doorway. The sound got closer and closer to our room. I was wide awake now, my heart starting to beat faster. I wanted to wake Kate, but I was honestly too scared to move. I just lay there, paralyzed, as the swooshing stopped right outside our door. There was a pause that felt like forever. Then our door slowly creaked open. The swooshing sound entered our room. I had my back to the door, facing the wall, and I couldn't bring myself to turn around. I shut my eyes tight and tried to control my breathing, which felt impossible because my heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. And then I heard it, a low rumbling ho 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 that didn't sound right. It wasn't jolly or warm like you'd expect. It was almost mechanical, like someone trying to imitate what they thought Santa should sound like. It was all wrong, and it terrified me more than anything I'd ever experienced. I could feel a presence in our room, moving between our beds. The swooshing sound circled around, and I could sense something standing right next to my bed, looking down at me. I wanted so badly to open my eyes, to see what was there, but I was frozen with fear. What if I opened my eyes and saw something impossible, something that shouldn't exist? I held my breath and squeezed my eyes shut even tighter. The presence lingered for what felt like hours, but was probably only seconds. Then, finally, it moved away. The swooshing continued out of our room and down the hall toward my brother's room. For a few minutes, I just lay there, unable to move. I could still hear the swooshing and thuds continuing throughout the condo. Then I heard something new, a sound from outside. It was faint at first, but unmistakable. The jingling of bells, and another sound that made absolutely no sense, what sounded like hooves on the roof of the condo building. I finally worked up the courage to open my eyes and look at the digital clock on the nightstand. It was 3:15 in the morning. The balcony curtains moved slightly in the breeze, and I thought about getting up to look outside, but I couldn't make myself do it. I was too scared of what I might see. The jingling grew louder. Then there was a sound I can only describe as something heavy taking off into the air, and then silence. Complete silence except for the waves and my sister's breathing. I lay awake for the rest of the night, too terrified to sleep. I kept waiting for the swooshing to return, but it never did. As the first light of dawn started to filter through the curtains, I finally relaxed enough to doze off for maybe an hour. When I woke up again, sunlight was streaming into the room, and Kate was already getting dressed. "Did you hear anything weird last night?" I asked her, trying to sound casual. She paused, one arm in her Christmas sweater. "You mean the Santa noises?" My blood ran cold. "What do you mean, Santa noises?" "You know, the ho-ho-ho and the swooshing. It came in our room." She said it so matter-of-factly, like it wasn't the most terrifying thing ever. "You heard it too?" My voice was barely a whisper. "Yeah, I thought it was Grandpa trying to be funny, but it didn't really sound like him." She shrugged like it was no big deal. "Come on, let's go see what we got for Christmas." I followed her out to the living room, my mind racing. If Kate had heard it too, then it wasn't a dream or my imagination. Something had been in our room last night, something that had made those sounds. But here's the thing that still haunts me. There were presents under the tree, just like any normal Christmas. A small pile, nothing extraordinary. But there weren't any presents scattered throughout the condo, like the thuds I'd heard would suggest. There was no evidence of anything unusual having happened. During breakfast, I tried to casually bring it up. "Did anyone else hear weird noises last night, like someone walking around the condo?" My mom looked confused. "No, honey, I slept like a log. Must have been the ocean sounds." My dad agreed. I didn't hear anything unusual. My brothers were too busy tearing into their presents to even respond. My grandparents just exchanged looks and shook their heads. When I pressed further, describing the swooshing sounds and the ho-ho-ho, my parents laughed. "Emily, you're 13. Aren't you a little old to be believing in Santa?" My dad teased. "I don't believe in Santa," I protested. "But someone was in our room last night. Kate heard it too." All eyes turned to Kate, who suddenly looked uncomfortable under the attention. I think I was dreaming," she mumbled, not meeting my eyes. I felt betrayed. I knew she'd heard it too. She'd confirmed it just minutes ago, but something about everyone's dismissive reactions had made her back down. After that, I dropped it. We spent the day at the beach, had Christmas dinner, and tried to enjoy the rest of our vacation. But I couldn't shake the memory of those sounds, that presence in our room, and the absolute certainty that something unexplainable had happened. Over the years, I've brought it up occasionally, especially with Kate. When we're alone, she admits she remembers it clearly. The swooshing, the ho-ho-ho, all of it. She was just embarrassed to back me up that morning, with everyone staring at her. I've asked my parents about it multiple times. As an adult, was it one of you trying to scare us or play a joke? But they've always denied it. My mom even got annoyed the last time I brought it up. Emily, for goodness sake, let it go. Nothing happened that night. 4 years ago, when my grandfather was in hospice care, I visited him alone. It was just a few weeks before he passed, and I figured if anyone was going to finally come clean, it would be him. I sat by his bed and asked him directly about that night. "Grandpa, remember that Christmas in Florida when I was 13? Was it you walking around the condo making those Santa noises?" He looked at me with clear eyes, no trace of confusion despite his illness. "Emily, I have no idea what you're talking about. I never did anything like that." And I believed him. There was no reason for him to lie at that point in his life. It's been 25 years since that night, and I still don't have an explanation. Kate and I talk about it sometimes, comparing our memories, confirming for each other that we didn't imagine it. The swooshing fabric, the mechanical ho-ho-ho, the presence in our room, the sounds on the roof. We both experienced it all. I've considered every logical explanation. It couldn't have been a break-in. Nothing was stolen. And why would a burglar make Santa noises? It wasn't someone playing a prank. Everyone in my family has consistently denied involvement for decades. It wasn't a dream or sleep paralysis because Kate experienced the exact same thing. Sometimes I wonder if it was some kind of shared hallucination, but that doesn't explain the distinct physical sensations. The way I could feel the presence next to my bed, the sound of fabric moving through the air. The holidays are coming up again, and my kids are excited about Santa. My husband thinks I'm weird about Christmas because I insist on doing all the Santa preparations together. I never let him do it alone while I'm asleep. I can't explain to him that the thought of those swooshing sounds returning in the night makes my skin crawl, even after all these years. I still don't believe in Santa Claus, but I believe something was in that condo that Christmas night, something that shouldn't have been there. And to this day, I sleep with one eye open every Christmas Eve, listening for that distinctive swoosh of heavy fabric against the walls.